Okay, audience, welcome to the 2025 Winter Wrecker. My name is Saber Schnitzer. I am a Cat 2 referee with USA Powerlifting and the meet director for the Wrecker. This will be the 9th year that we're running this competition. We are currently hosting it at the Iron Built Gym in Ashland, Virginia. Uh, we've got a 90 lifter, 3-session competition. With about 30, 30, and 30 in each session. This morning we've got all the ladies and the lightweight men, and squats will start up at 9 a.m. I do have a commentator that will be working the entire competition. So you will have the ability to ask questions in the chat, things like that, and have like fairly immediate responses, as well as explanation of all the lifts and all the rules and all the characteristics with regards to our federation. For example, what weight classes exist, what divisions exist, what equipment is allowed, what equipment is not allowed. All those kind of things to help any audience member that really has not been introduced to the sport of powerlifting to understand what they're looking at. We do have several views that will be utilized for the meet. So we'll be able to get multiple angles of the platform, so you'll be able to see really what's going on. We do have a senior referee as commentator, and she will explain the rules and really all aspects of the meet as it occurs. There will be a lifter stat bar on the bottom of the live stream, which will give you a view into the lifter's name, the division they're in, the attempt that they're making, and what the referee lights are. And the commentator will explain, what is a white light, what is a red light, what is a red card, a blue card, and a yellow card. And we'll have that all on the commentary. But for right now, I'm going to put the headset on mute. We will start promptly at 9 a.m. I'll have the commentator back here a little bit before them. But again, ask any questions that you may have. But I'm going to head up front and get this meet going. Thank you.
Good morning out there, everyone. My name is Hannah. I'm going to be helping you guys out today with this live stream for the USAPL Virginia Winter Record today on Saturday, December 6th. We are going to get rolling here with squats in just about 10 minutes. If you guys have any particular questions, feel free to drop them in the comments in the chat there. And we are going to wrap up this 2025 USAPL Virginia powerlifting season with this meet today. We have lots of lifters this morning. We're going to start with some ladies coming up first. We're excited to see what they can do for us. Good morning once again, everybody. My name is Hannah. I am a USAPL certified coach and state referee. We are here at the Virginia Wrecker in 2025. This is in Richmond, Virginia, and Ashland, Virginia at the Iron Built Gym. We will get started here in about 5 minutes, so I'm going to give you just a little bit of information about some of the way the meet's going to go. There are 3 sessions in total in this meet. We're going to have 2 of those today. The first one starts again at 9 a.m. with these squats starting out. The second session will start at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then we will also have another session tomorrow. That is all the same meet, so this is all considered the Virginia Winter Wrecker. The way that this is going to go today is that we have 2 flights in each session, which means there are 2 rounds of lifters. And so the way that this is going to go is we'll have everybody squat first, and then everybody's going to bench, everybody's going to deadlift, and then we'll have awards at the very end. The flights, so the reason that matters is that we will have everyone in flight A squat first, and then everyone in flight B will squat before we take a 10-minute break, going into flight A bench, and then flight B bench, and then we'll repeat that same process for deadlifts. This afternoon we have flights C and D, so if you know a lifter lifting today, and you know what flight they're in, that can help you be able to know when to tune in to watch them lift. It'll take about 30 to 40 minutes to get through all 3 attempts for squat bench, and then a little bit faster for deadlift. So if you know someone in flight B for squats, you have a little bit of a break before they start, but if you want to stay and watch the whole time, you are more than welcome to. We'll be chatting the whole time. There are going to be there's going to be some information at the bottom of your screen as the lifters are going to lift. So we can see here that Lori Hoffman, our first lifter, is going to be coming out and squatting 60 kilograms. All of the attempts that you see today, any of those numbers at the bottom are going to be in kilograms. I will do my very best to convert those to pounds for you, but it is a little early. I have not been properly caffeinated, so if my math's a little off, feel free to fact check me. I do know for a fact that 60 kilograms is 132 pounds. So Lori is going to come out and start off with that squat of 60 kilos or 132. You can also see directly under her name there is 2 other tidbits of information. The first is her division. So she is a women's raw master 2B. We do have a little bit of hints for what that means. So the master classes are going to be above the age of, I believe it starts at 40. So Master 2B 55 to 59, that means that Miss Lori is going to be in that 55 to 59 years old age range. And then the dash, and then the other number there, the 60, that is going to be her weight class. So she is in the 60 kilogram weight class. There are some slight differences between the men's and women's weight classes where we do have, for the women, it'll start out 48, 52, 56, 60. Then we have a 65 and 70 kilo class, and then 75 to 82.5, 90, 100, 100 plus. There is a slightly wider range for the gentlemen, so I believe they go down as low as 52. They don't have a 48. So 52, 56, 60, then they jump to 67.5, 75, 82, 90, 100, 110, 125, 140, 140 plus. And so as you see that information, that will be there available for you at the bottom. When the lift is complete, we will get a ruling from our judges. There are 3 referees on the platform at all times. The chief is the one giving all the directions, so there are some commands that they must follow. Then the chief and the side referees will give their verdict. Some lights will pop up, and at the very end, this will turn either red or green, depending on if that was a successful lift or not. If a red light comes up, there will be a color underneath of that, which will tell us what the possible infraction was. There are some that I can tell you outright right away, and there are some that are a little bit more ambiguous because they have a little bit more of a collection of what that could mean, but I will do my best. And I believe everyone you have today is going to be a raw lifter, which means that they are lifting in the singlet. And then at max for squats, they can have knee sleeves on. So we're going to get rolling here. This is Miss Lori. She is going to start off our day with, again, that 60 kilogram squat. And so you see here that she is in the singlet, a belt, and those knee sleeves, and then a pair of shoes is mandatory as well, closed-toed shoes. You may also see some lifters opting to wear wrist wraps to support their wrists while they're squatting. That is also allowed in the raw division. Like I said, I don't think we have anyone lifting today that is in the equipped division, but if they do come out, I will be sure to let you guys know. And that was a good lift to start off the day for Miss Lori. We're going to load the bar up to 82.5 kilos for Emma. She's coming out next. Again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments. I'll do my best to keep an eye on that and answer any questions you might have. Other than that, let's just get rolling. Okay, so what we're seeing here, we have a little bit of a view from directly behind the chief referee or the head ref. And so in order to successfully complete a squat for USAPL powerlifting, there are a couple of rules you have to follow. There are two commands that you've already probably heard, the squat command and the rack command. Once you establish your start position, you cannot start squatting until that head ref says, okay, you can squat. And that will happen when the lifter demonstrates control of the bar. They are motionless at the top with their knees locked out as agreed upon by the side referees. So I don't know if we can see that in this view, but I'll flip around a little bit and we can maybe see some of the side refs. They'll start with their hand up in that very similar fashion and drop it when they say that the lifter has assumed the appropriate position. So once they get that squat command, they will squat, stand back up, demonstrate full control of the bar, remaining motionless at the top, standing all the way up with those knees locked back out, and then they'll get a rack command. So the reason that lifter just a little bit of ago, Emma, was unsuccessful is because she did what we call jumping the rack command. So she decided to rack the bar. She went ahead and moved towards the rack before getting that rack command. And you cannot do that. You have to wait until you demonstrate full control and the chief referee agrees, says rack, and then you can move back towards the bar. And this is Caitlin. She is from George Mason University. As you can see, there's on the back light board there, underneath her name and her attempt, it has the team name, so we know that she is from George Mason. Not every lifter has established a team, but if they have, I will be sure to mention that for you all. Morgan is going to come out and try her hand at 112.5 kilograms. She is competing in the Women's Raw Open, which is the age division that covers literally any and everybody over the age of 18. So we had those masters lifters earlier. We also have teen and youth lifters and junior. Junior goes from 20 to 23. If we have any of those lifters, I'll be sure to mention that to you also today. So these gentlemen that are standing to the side and the back of the lifter today, these are our spotters and loaders. You can see that they're working really, really hard to make sure that the bar has the appropriate number of plates on there, the appropriate plates on there, and then they also are going to help protect our lifters. So if they choose a weight that is just a little too heavy for them today, or if their form gets a little funky, they are there for safety, so they will help support the lifter on the way back up if they can't make it back up. So we greatly appreciate our spotters and loaders. It's also a great way for you to get involved with the sport. So if you've decided you maybe want to try powerlifting out, but you aren't really sure what to do about that, spotting and loading is a great way to get a feel for how a meet is run. We have lots of opportunities to do that here in USAPL Virginia, but other states as well. If you're not local, reach out to your local meet directors or your state chairs to see what sort of opportunities might lie available for you. So this is Jaden Bennett. She does not have a team established, but I do believe that she is from Liberty University. She's going to get one red from one of our side referees. So that red had a little red card underneath of it. And what that means is that she did not achieve appropriate squat depth. So in USAPL Virginia, and in USAPL in general, you have to achieve appropriate squat depth, which is defined in the rule book as the top of your hip crease going below the parallel line that is established by the top of your knee joint. That side referee did not think that she went low enough, and so they are going to throw a red card with that red light to indicate that. However, she did get 2 white lights, and so majority rules here in USAPL, so 2-1, that's a good lift. So you might be watching these ladies. Oh, we got 2 reds there. I believe that was 2 reds with a blue card. I can double check that for you here. Give me just one moment. But you may be sitting here and watching this and thinking to yourself, well, these look so easy. I thought this was called powerlifting. Where is the power in powerlifting? So each lifter is going to have 3 attempts for each of the lifts. This is just their first one, and you have to complete 1 successful lift in each of the disciplines, so a squat, a bench, and a deadlift, in order to put up what we call a total, which would be the sum or the additive of all of those lifts. If you don't put up a completed lift in one of those, you bomb out of the meet, you don't put up a total. And one way to make sure that that doesn't happen is to make sure that you can complete a pretty easy lift and then take a big jump between your first and second attempt weight to be able to push up into that range of what we would see the more powerlifting. So the exciting lifts happen for third lifts generally, especially third attempt deadlifts, because that's your last lift of the day. It's when you can use all of your energy and really be able to say, I want to go out and do exactly what I can, the most that I can today. So we will see what happens there. So going back, we did get 2 red cards with a blue, 2 red with a blue card on that lifter just a little bit ago. So that typically means that they did not have either an established appropriate starting position where their knees were not fully locked out at the beginning, or they had downward motion of the bar, which means that they were coming up and then went back down towards the floor and then came back up, or they stood all the way up but did not get into that same locked out knee position at the very end of the lift. So I can't tell you exactly what that was. I'm not on the platform. I'm not seeing what the side refs are seeing, but that could explain what they were seeing and why she got those red cards. So Jamie is going to retake that opening attempt of 120 kilos because of that 2-to-1 not good lift. And then Emily that just lifted again, she got 2 reds with red cards. That is going to be for inappropriate squat depth. So in general, red for squats is you don't go deep enough. Blue is that you don't have full lockout either at the beginning or the end, or again that downward motion. And then yellow is pretty much anything else that could go wrong in the lift that is outside of the rule book. So we saw earlier that was jumping commands. That could also be like moving your feet after you've established your start position. That's not allowed. You can rock between them, but you cannot replace your feet, so you can't lift them up and move them somewhere else. And so what we're seeing here is this lifter actually forgot to pull up her knee sleeves all the way, and so the head referee asked her to step off the platform to fix that. The only piece of equipment you are allowed to fix on the platform is going to be your belt. So if you have to touch any other part of your equipment, you're going to have to do that off of the platform. So if you start doing that, the head referee will ask you to step off the platform to do that. And that was an easy, smooth first attempt for Olivia. It's going to be 3 white lights. Now directly over the rack you do see a timer running, and the timer is important to help keep things moving, but also it's going to help establish when the lifter should be starting their lift. So it doesn't necessarily mean you have to finish your lift in that full minute, but you have a minute to get for squat command. So if you don't start the lift, if you don't get the command to start the lift before the end of your minute, that is going to be part of why that's there. And Katrina also takes that 145 kilograms for her opener for 3 white lights. That's a good lift. And that's going to be 3 white lights for Dorina with her 150 kilogram squat opener. We are now, so as you see, we're rolling back around to the top of the flight is what we call this, the first lifter of the flight. So that means that everyone in the first flight in Flight A has lifted their first squat attempt, their opening squat attempt, and now everyone is going to get a chance to do their second attempt. So we'll continue in this sort of round fashion until everyone has completed their third attempt. So we're coming all the way back to the top with Lori here. So I mentioned earlier that we do have that sort of move up towards the max attempt. So we have a little bit more of a grinder from Lori there, but she does successfully stand up with 65 kilos. So that is going to be a 2-to-1 good lift. She did get one red light there for depth from one of our side judges. So Emma decided to go up after her first attempt was not good, but that paid off for her. So she is going to get 3 white lights, for that 90 kilo lift. I believe she is the one who missed her rack command, so she just settled in a little bit. Sometimes those nerves can get the best of you in that first squat, but once you get that first one out of the way, it's a lot easier to kind of settle the nerves and remember what your commands are. So something that I really enjoy seeing in powerlifting that you don't necessarily get to see in a lot of other sports is the personality of the lifter gets to come out a little. So as we see, everyone here is wearing a singlet today. That's mandatory to help our judges be able to see what they're lifting in, make sure that they don't have anything hiding under there that would be supportive to help them lift more weight. That would be defined as like an equipped lifting includes the use of supportive gear like a squat suit or a bench shirt. But all of these lifters have on singlets. They also have, a lot of them have on knee sleeves and then the shoes. So the reason I say that you can see their personalities come out a little bit is because now with the rise of some of the powerlifting brands, so SBD, A7, some of the other ones, they have a lot more color options and they have a lot more supportivity is not really a word, but options in the knee sleeves. So you are getting to be able to see more of what the lifter's personality is and what they choose to wear on the platform. And that is something you don't necessarily get to see in uniform sports where everyone has to wear the same thing, because not everyone has to wear the same thing in powerlifting. You just have rules about what the max that you can wear is in your division. So Jamie earlier did not have a successful first attempt, and so she's going to retake that attempt. It's the same weight. So that is a rule that we have in USAPL powerlifting. You cannot go down from your established opener. So if you say, I'm going to squat 100 kilos, you have to be able to squat at least 100 kilos. You can choose to go up if you want, but you don't have to. So Jamie stands up with that, and let's see what our judges say about that 3 white lights good lift. So if someone fails their opener, they can't go back down from that. So if you say, I want to open at 100 kilos on squat, and then you don't get it on your first one, you can't go back to the score table and say, I would like to squat 95 kilos. You can only go down. You can only go up. You cannot go down. So Morgan stands up with that 122.5 kilo lift. That's going to be a good lift for her. So something else you'll notice is that the denominations of the attempt selection is going to be only in increments of 2.5 kilos. That's going to be true for most lifts. The only time you can go smaller than that is for youth lifters that are using a youth bar or in chances of setting a record, but it has to be a certain level record or higher. So a state record, you cannot do that. So I mentioned that you cannot do less than that 2.5 kilo for state records. However, there are a couple of exceptions. Like I said, youth lifters are one. They can also be used for a national record, but national records can only be set at certain meets. So those have to be state, regional, national, international meets, or pro meets. So the meet today is a local meet. The meet last weekend was a collegiate and high school state meet, so they could have set those records last week. But at this, that is not allowed. All right, so that is going to be 3 reds from our judges on that for an unsuccessful lift for Jaden, and a good catch by our spotters and loaders. Again, they are there to help keep the lifter safe and make sure that everything is rolling smoothly. Jaden does have a chance to come back and get that in her 3rd attempt, so we'll see what she does. And remember, she did have a successful 1st attempt, which means that she is going to remain in the meet for now. Because again, you have to have a successful lift for each of the disciplines. So Dominique is going to take 145 kilos. She's going to get 2-to-1 good lift with 1 red from one of our side judges for depth. So that clock is going to start running when that chief referee declares that the bar is loaded. The bar is loaded when it has the appropriate amount of weight on it from our spotters and loaders, and those collars are fully tightened. Those collars do weigh 2.5 kilos each. So you'll notice that if you do the math of the plates and the bar doesn't quite add up to what's on the bar, and that's because of those weighted collars. So that's going to be a good lift there from Emily Slayton, who did decide to go up after her unsuccessful opener, but she gets that lift, so she is going to remain in the meet as well. We have 3 more lifters here in our 1st attempt squats. 2 of them are going to be taking 155 kilos. That is 341 pounds. So these are some pretty strong ladies coming out and squatting almost 350 pounds. And then our final lift of the flight is going to be 352 pounds at 160 kilos before we wrap around for 3rd attempt squats, which is where it gets a little exciting. And that is 3 white lights, a good lift for our lifter, Olivia. And Katrina stands up with that 155 kilos squat attempt for her 2nd attempt, and that is going to be a good lift for her. And Dorina makes light work of that 160 kilogram, 352 pound squat, but unfortunately it's going to get 2-to-1 no lift from our side referees agreeing that she did not hit appropriate squat depth. And with that lift, we are going to wrap back around all the way back to the top for our first attempt. For our third attempt squats here. So this is going to be Lori coming back out. And she fights for that, and let's see what our judges say for that lift of 70 kilos from Lori. It's going to be 2-to-1, so our side referee there thought that she either didn't stand all the way back up, didn't start standing all the way up, or had some downward motion of that bar. So something that is unique for USAPL Powerlifting in Virginia is at some of the meets run by Sabre, as you will see third attempt hype videos that were submitted by our lifters. So you can see that to your right screen there, the right light screen. And again, that is just another way that we are seeing some of the personality of our lifters come out a little bit in these lifts for USAPL Powerlifting in Virginia. That's going to be a 2-to-1 no lift where the head referee and the right side referee agree that she did not hit appropriate squat depth on that one. And big smiles from Caitlin as she stands up with 102.5 kilos. Unfortunately, that's going to be 2-to-1 no lift. Our head and side ref both saw something that was outside of the rules. I am not 100% sure what they saw, but we do have a jury table, which you can see. You may not be able to see, but I will show you in just a moment. In some of the other views, you can see the jury table sitting behind the head referee. And so what that means is that the coaches or the lifters can go and talk to the jury to try and figure out what happened. And at a jury meet, you are able to challenge those lifts if you think that the referees were incorrect. Caitlin's going to stand up with 112.5 kilos and get 3 white lights good lift. So if I flip to this, you can see our jury table sitting just behind our head referee there. That's the table in the center. So they are going to be the ones that are able to have the coaches come and talk to them about what may have happened. But let's flip back to the platform and see what we've got going on. The computer is not agreeing with me, but we did see that lift there from Jada, and she's unfortunately going to get 3 red lights for that no squat depth there. And Jamie is going to stand up with that. She's going to get a 2-to-1 good lift with one of our side judges saying that she did not get deep enough. And we are just about halfway through these third attempt squats for our First flight of the day, we have Morgan out here taking 127.5 kilograms. That is 281 pounds. And she's going to push through that sticking point. Let's see what our judges have to say about that lift. 3D, white lights, good lift. So that is going to be no lift from Colleen. A good effort there with 135 kilos. She did have some successful squats earlier in the attempt there, so she is going to stay in the meet. Emily stands up with that. That's going to be a good lift for her at 140 kilos, just over 300 pounds. That is 308 pounds. And that is going to be 2-1 no lift. Our side referees didn't think that she got quite deep enough on that, but new gym PR for her. Maybe new gym PR. And she is pushing through that. She stands all the way up. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1, good lift, with just one saying not quite deep enough on that side judge there. What a fight for that third spot. See, this is where things get exciting, is in these third attempts. So our spotters and loaders here are cleaning up the platform. So something that does happen with especially our female lifters is they may have a little bit of stress urinary incontinence when they're pushing really hard through those lifts. We just make sure to keep everything clean as USAPL powerlifting, so they'll come and they'll sanitize the platform, and then to make sure it's not wet for those lifters to stand on, they also typically put a little bit of chalk down. Dorina is going to try her hand back at this 160 kilogram squat. Let's see what happens here. Makes it look super easy. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1 with that same depth claw on the right there. We're going to go up just a little bit more to 162.5 kilograms. This is 358 pounds. for Katrina. We do have 2 more squats in this flight A third attempt squat, so we're going to do 162.5 here for Katrina. Got a little stuck there at the bottom. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. It's going to be 2-1 for, I'm going to guess downward motion because she did get stuck down there at the bottom. But again, I don't know that for certain. That's just my opinion. I could go ask, but then I would be leaving and you guys would know what's going on. So we're going to roll into the last squat of flight A. This is 165 kilos for Olivia. She is a women's raw junior. So again, I mentioned that we have some age divisions. So junior is going to be from age 20 to 23. So this is college age. We also have youth lifters and teen lifters. So those can go. Our teen lifters are going to be, there are, I think, 3 divisions of teen. Teen 1, teen 2, teen 3. Oh, what a drive there from Olivia. Good push. Let's see what our judges have to say for that 165 kilo squat. That is going to be 3 white lights. The spotters and loaders are going to get the weight drop to start our second flight. This is going to be flight B. So now they are going to do all 3 of their attempts on squat before we roll into bench, and there will be a 10-minute break between. So, yes, we back to our age divisions. So this is Tiara Belcher. She's going to start with 85 kilos for our second flight. Our age divisions, we have 3 youth divisions that starts from the day that the lifter turns 8 until they are 10. Then we have from 10 until they're 12, it's youth 2, and then from 12 to 14 is youth 3. Teen starts right after that. So from 14 to 16, and then 16 to 18. Teen 3 is going to be from 18 to 20, and then again you start with junior 20 to 23. Then you'll compete in open, and you can compete in open from whenever until whenever. But you do have masters divisions. We have main divisions, Masters 1 through 7, and that's going to be 40 to 50, 50 to 60, etc., all the way up to Masters 7, which is 100 to 110. So powerlifting really is for anyone. There are also subdivisions, which are going to be broken up into A and B, so that's the first half of the decade, and the second half of the decade, so from 40 to 45 would be Masters 1A, and so on. Catherine's going to come out and start with 95 kilos. She's going to push through that a little, and let's see what our judges have to say about that. Going to be 2-1, good lift. So the yellow card for squat is really kind of your catch-all. I could not. Sometimes I can see what's happening from back here on the live stream, but for that one I could not start to guess about what that referee may have seen. So something you may have noticed about some of our lifters here is that this lifter, Cheyenne, is lifting in some pretty flat shoes. That unfortunately is going to be no lift for, looks like squat depth all around. But again, some of these lifters are in pretty flat shoes. That is not going to be the case for all lifters. Some of them are going to choose to opt for an elevated heel, like a squat shoe, similar to what you would see an Olympic weightlifter wear. And that can help you hit squat depth. It can also kind of change the leverages of which muscles you're going to be using. So if your quads are stronger than your hamstrings, for instance, you might opt for a squat shoe with a heel. So this lifter here is going to have an elevated heel there, just to kind of bias that stronger part of your body. So this is going to be Shantisha. She's going to come out and squat 105 kilograms on the bar. That is 231 pounds. And she stands up with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. It's going to be 2-1, not quite good squat depth. We are going to have our first men's lifter of the day. So this is Ferris. He is in the men's raw open 75 kilo class. He's going to come out and open with 120 kilograms on the bar. So that is going to be no lift for Ferris, unfortunately. And again, with that kind of grab bag color there, so I can't really tell you what happened. And that is going to be 3 white lights, a good lift for Darrell. So you did see there that lifter did hit the rack a little bit on the unrack. So that is something that I do also as a squatter. So I opt to have the squat arms in. We may not have any lifters that do that today, but they are able to kind of tilt inward. That tends to happen with 2 different classes of lifters. I'm generalizing here. Some lifters just prefer it that way. But your big boys that like to put their hands kind of outside of where the rack would hit, so they tilt those arms in so that they can have the room to do that. And then some of your smaller ladies who hit the rack when they unrack, like myself, will also opt to have that out of the way so you don't catch yourself off balance as you're trying to get settled into your squat position. And it's going to be 3 white lights for RJ for his 142.5 kilo opener. And so unfortunately that last lifter, Shakira, is going to have a no lift for her opener. That did appear to be squat depth from the side judges. And so you saw there that Gage did not have his knees quite all the way locked out as according to our side judges, so he was not getting a start command. You do have to establish a controlled position at the top, motionless with your knees locked out. Some of these newer knee sleeves do make it kind of difficult to see, so if you wear those, make sure that you are doing your best to get your knees as straight as they can go. So this is a competitor in our men's raw teen 3 division. So he is 18 to 19 years old, and he's in the 67.5 kilogram class. That's 148 pounds, so just under 150. This is Alexander. He's going to take 185 kilos for his first attempt. That's just over 400 pounds. Nicholas is going to come out and take that same weight, just over 400 pounds. That is going to be 407 pounds-ish on the bar, 185 kilos. He's also in the same division as Andrew, so men's raw teen 3, 18 to 19 years old, and the same weight class, 67.5 kilos. This is Nicholas. And he makes pretty light work of that opener. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights for Nicholas. We just have 2 more squats remaining in our second flight of squats here. We have a 185 squat opener again for Logan. He is also a men's raw teen, 3, 18 and 19 years old, but he is a weight class up from those previous 2 gentlemen. He is going to be in the 75 kilo class. That is about 165 pounds. Getting some knuckle bumps from our spotters and loaders. And then after this, we'll move on to Jacob as our last lifter of this flight. So our last squats of the morning. He is going to open with 235 kilos, which is well over 500 pounds. We're looking at 517 for his opener. So again, this is Logan. He's got 407. Make pretty easy work of that. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, they agree. And then this last lifter of the flight, we're going to move up to 235 kilograms. So they are going to add another red plate that is 25 kilos on either side, so 50 in total. Up from that previous attempt of 185. And now, because it is over 227.5 kilograms or 500 pounds, we are going to have 5 spotters and loaders on the platform. So you see our other spotters and loaders standing up to make sure that this lifter stays safe. And now I am doing my best to make sure that I am giving you all the information that I have to help you understand what's going on here. But if you have any specific questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. As Saber mentioned earlier in our chat, you are welcome to ask me questions. I will do my best to get you an answer as quickly as I can. And that's going to be a 3 white light good lift for our final squats of the day, our final squat opener of the day for Jacob. And so Tiara takes her opener again at 85 kilos. Let's see what our judges say about that. It's going to be 2-to-1 good lift with a depth call from our front ref, our head ref there. But that's a 2-to-1 good lift, which means that she is going to be in the meet for now. Again, you do have to complete 1 successful lift in each discipline. So you have to have 1 of your 3 attempts be a good lift in each the squat, bench, and deadlift. So our lifters who have missed their opener, so right now Cheyenne, for instance, does not have a completed good lift in the squats. So she is going to take this again and hopefully get this attempt here to stay in the meet for now. And I do see a couple of questions here in the chat, maybe just one. I'm glad to provide all of the information I can. This is actually helping me study for my national referee exam that is hopefully next on my list. And yes, Pioneer knee sleeves are allowed in the USAPL. As it stands right now, USAPL does not have a brand list like the IPF does. So as long as they are within specifications of the rule book, they will be allowed. But yes, Jacob Schwartz is wearing Pioneer. So easy question. I didn't even have to answer it. They had it for you. Something relatively new also is the addition of the ability to use the Pioneer adjustable lever. So that is, in the last 5 years, a newer thing, which I greatly appreciate because I am slightly different in my belt settings for squat versus deadlift. So I like being able to have that little half-inch adjustment. Catherine's going to come out and take 100 kilos. Our crowd's getting excited here. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I can. And we are having a great time here. It's only second attempt squats, and so far, everyone who has missed their opener has gotten their second. So we are looking quite nicely to make sure we have all these lifters complete a successful meet today. We do have Shantisha coming up next. She's going to retake her opener at 105 kilograms. It's 231 pounds. Getting a check on the bar weight here from our head referee, making sure everything looks good, so that everything is set up well for our lifters. And she stands up with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Shantisha. Getting that squat depth. Something you may also see lifters do before their lifts, especially on squat and deadlift, because we have this beautiful front view, is they'll take that big breath, and then they will kind of crunch down and get ready to lift that weight. So that is a brace, an abdominal brace. They are filling their belly with air. They're filling their torso with air to increase the pressure that is in their torso, in their abdomen, to help protect their spine. That's also part of the reason why they wear belts. So they are wearing their belts. So you see here our lifter coming off the platform. He had his thumb loops on his wrist straps. So one of the rules in the rule book is that your wrist straps cannot touch the bar. That includes the thumb loops. So in order to adjust those, he does have to step off of the platform in order to be able to fix that before coming back to take his attempt. He does still have time to take his attempt. You just got to make sure those thumb loops are off so those wrist straps are not touching the bar. There we go. Lifter comes back out. He also is going to retake his opener here, which he missed earlier for one of those kind of catch-all yellow cards, so I'm not really sure what happened there. But he makes easy work of that. See what our judges say. 3 white lights for that one. Good lift. So Darrell is going to come out here and try for 140 kilos. And he's going to stand up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. 3 white lights. So one of the smaller rules that you don't typically see called all too often is that your knee sleeves cannot be touching your socks or your singlet. And so that is just to make sure that you don't have anything hiding under your knee sleeves that are not supposed to be there. Because there are knee wraps, which you can wear in equipped, and coming up, I believe now in USAPL, the raw with wraps division. So that is going to be different from the raw that we're seeing today, which is just the knee sleeves, the belts, the wrist wraps. That is at most what you can wear for raw. Equipped, they have supportive suits and shirts for bench, suits for squat and deadlift, and knee wraps to help with that spring out of the hole. So you cannot wear those in raw powerlifting. So that is why they're wearing that singlet and making sure the singlet is not touching your knee sleeves or your socks are not touching your knee sleeves. That's just to make sure that no one's trying to hide something that's not supposed to be there. Shakira comes out, retakes that 145 opener, makes it look pretty smooth, and that's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. And with that squat, everyone on the day now has at least one successful squat, which is always a great way to see the meet start. So again, we have some of the fun personality showing in some of our lifters here today. She's got a beautiful sparkly belt on, and I love it. 10 out of 10 from me. That is just a personal opinion. I would love to have me a sparkly belt. RJ is going to come out and try his hand at 152.5 kilos. It's 336 pounds. And he makes pretty quick work of that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Gage is competing in our men's raw teen 2 division, so he is 16 or 17 years old. One of our younger competitors on the day, at least in the morning session. I think he is the youngest that I've seen. Last week we did have collegiate and high school states at the same location, the same venue, and we did have some of those age division lifters. We had a lifter, I believe, who was 14. It was the youngest that I saw last week. Gage making sure those knees are locked all the way out to get that start command from our head referee. Standing up pretty quickly with 177.5. Good lift. So in powerlifting, there are some kilo maths that I have pretty locked down. One would be 100 kilos, that's 220 pounds. Another is 182.5 kilos, because that is when you bridge into 400. 137.5 is where you bridge into 300, and then 227.5 is where you bridge into 5. I can't go much higher than that for the pound math, at least like the big milestones. I do know that 300 is the number of the beast, 666. But if you are having a hard time with the math, trust me, you're not the only one. I have a whole chart in front of me to make sure that I tell you the right numbers. Another of our teen lifters today, Logan, he is going to make some pretty light work of that 192.5 kilogram squat. 192.5 is going to be 423 pounds. We're going to go up to 197.5 for Nicholas. That's 434 pounds. So I did mention earlier that once you establish an opener, you cannot go back down. There is a little bit of a workaround around that. If you are in the warm-up room and things are just moving absolutely terribly, you have until 3 minutes until your flight starts to change your declared opener. You can only do it once, but if you are just, like, you thought you were going to have an amazing day, you get back in the warm-up room and stuff is heavy, you have until that 3-minute mark before your flight starts. So for flight A, that would be with 3 minutes left on our clock, either to squats starting, or we'll have a 10-minute timer running between squat and bench to be able to do the same thing for bench, and then a 10-minute timer for deadlifts, same kind of thing. For flight B, that would be 3 lifters, because each lifter has 1 minute to get their lift started, to get their start commands. That will be the 3-minute marker for that. And that allows lifters who are thinking maybe today is not my day, they can drop that opener down to be able to have that successful lift, because again, you have to have 1 in each discipline, squat, bench, and deadlift, in order to put up a total for the day. And so far, everyone is on their way to doing that. We are on our last second attempt squat here with Jacob Schwartz. He has 250 kilograms on the bar, so we do have all 5 spotters and loaders out there. 250 is 550 pounds, and he moves quick. And that's 3 white lights from our judges. They agree. We're going to move into third attempt squats. So our spotters and loaders are going to strip the bar down to get it all the way back down for Tiara Belcher's weight. We're going to get back down to 87.5 kilograms. And again, you may be able to hear, I don't know if you can see from this angle, but you might be able to from the other one, those third attempt video hype videos. So apparently Tiara is a fan of Cardi B. Me too, girl. She's going to come out and try for 87.5 kilos. That is going to be just under 200 pounds. 97.5 is going to be, 87.5 is going to be 192.5 pounds. And she comes all the way down, stands back up. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. Unfortunately, it's going to be 2-to-1 no lift for squat depth from the front and left judges. However, she did have a successful second one, so she is still going to be able to put up a total for the day so far. So you'll see a difference in how some of these lifters approach their attempt calls. So we had a 2.5 kilo increase from Tiara's second to her third attempt, whereas from Jacob's first attempt to his second, that was 15 kilos. I like to think of it in percentages because the way my brain works, but when you are lower in weight, the percentage of that weight is going to feel larger if it's that same like 5 kilogram jump. So some of our heavier lifters, our stronger lifters, they're going to be able to take those bigger jumps. Some people are also just really accustomed to it, so they train for it. So they start out super light, nice and easy, and then take a big jump to be able to put up more weight on the platform. Catherine stands up with that. She pushes through that. Good lift from her, from me, but unfortunately not squat depth from our side judges. Good effort, though. Good effort. We're going to move to 105 kilos. That's 231 pounds for Cheyenne. This crowd is getting into this. They are loving these third attempt squats. And that's going to be 2-to-1 good lift from our judges there. Again, that yellow card is really something that I could guess all day long and never be correct about. So I won't even try. That's going to get away from Shantisha. That's going to be a no lift for that one there. Ferris is pushing. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. But he does have that second successful one, so he's going to still be able to put up a total for the day. I'm going to shout out these spotters and loaders all day, every day, but especially after catches, they are working hard to keep those lifters safe out on the platform. Our whole goal in powerlifting is to lift as much weight as possible, and sometimes we get that wrong. And when we get that wrong, we want to be safe while we're doing it. So I always appreciate those spotters and loaders doing their absolute best to make sure everyone is staying as safe as they can. Jarrell's going to come out here. He's got 145 kilos on the bar. And he pushes through. Let's see what our judges have to say. It's going to be 3 white lights. Bar is loaded for Shakira here. We've got 150 kilos on the bar. That's 330 pounds. And she stands up with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights for Shakira. Good lift. So we do have some divisions that are not represented here today. So we don't have any youth lifters today. So that would be under the age of 13, well, 13 and younger, so under 14. And we also have adaptive and special Olympian lifters in USAPL. So adaptive are lifters who have some sort of reason, physical, medical reason that they are not able to complete lifts to standard. So I've seen things like limb differences where they are able to compete with a wrap or a strap in order to get a hold of the bar. I've seen some things like lifters who are lifting post-stroke where they have some paralysis, same kind of thing where they're able to lift with a wrap or a strap just to help them be able to still compete. So we do have an adaptive division that requires an adaptive waiver, an adaptive evaluation by national office. So if that's something that you are interested in, you've got to make sure you reach out to them. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for squat depth with that over 350 pound squat for Jessica there. But again, if you are interested in competing in the adaptive division, make sure that you reach out to your state chair and the national office to make sure that, and the technical committee to make sure that that gets sorted. Youth lifters, you just have to be under the age of 14. So if you are under the age of 14 and you want to try powerlifting, we welcome you here in the USAPL. Lifters as young as 8 can compete. I've seen it. It's a lot of fun to watch those kiddos lift. And then also the Special Olympian lifters that would require clearance by national office there. So that's a good squat there from RJ. Good effort, I should say. Good squat. Now I can officially say 3 highlights from our judges. clothing that these lifters are wearing on the platform, again, I've been talking a lot about how they are raw lifters, so they can only wear the sleeves, the shoes, the belt, and the wrist straps. These all that have things that have to be checked by the referees to make sure they are within the specifications of the rulebook. So making sure that your knee sleeves are not too thick, making sure that your belt is not too thick, making sure your wrist straps are not too long. And so that all happens before the meet starts. You have to come and show a referee all of your equipment, sign off saying, yes, I have given you everything that I'm going to wear on the platform. And the ref says, yes, it's all within the rules, no problems from me. So if you are a new lifter who has not competed yet, make sure that you get your gear checked at your first meet. They typically happen right at the same time as weigh-ins, although some meets will offer early equipment check where you can come in early, check your gear, and then be able to come in right at the time for weigh-ins and not have to wake up any much earlier for those early morning weigh-ins. So weigh-ins do happen for USAPL 2 hours before lifting starts. So today, this morning, lifting started at 9 a.m., so weigh-in started at 6:30, so that lifters have 30-ish minutes to warm up. If you miss weight, so you don't fall in the class that you established at a local meet, that's not a huge deal. You can choose to re-weigh within that time frame up to that 30 minutes when weigh-ins ends, so 8:30 to 9 o'clock. If you want to try and make weight at some of the higher level competitions, national, international, pro meets, you will end up forfeiting your ability to compete in your weight class if you miss it within the weigh-in window, and you will just compete as a guest lifter. We're rolling into the last 3 squats of the morning session. We have Logan here with 200 kilos, 440 pounds on the bar. And then we'll go to 202.5 for Nicholas, and then all the way up to 262.5 for Jacob. He's pushing through that. Oh, and he's excited for that. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights for Logan. We'll go up just another 2.5 kilos for Nicholas here. 202.5 kilos. That is 445 pounds on the bar. Oh, pushing through that smooth. A good effort. And our judges say a good lift. 3 white lights. Our last squat of the morning, we're going to go all the way up to 262.5 kilos, which means I have to flip my little sheet, my little cheat sheet, to make sure I know how much weight that is in pounds. 577.5 pounds. So this is a 75 kilo lifter. He is 165 pounds. So 75 kilos to 262. We're looking at 3 times body weight, friends. 3.5 to be exact. I just did it on my calculator to make sure I was doing the math correctly. So this is a 3.5 times body weight squat for Jacob for our last 3rd attempt squat of the morning. And he is getting hype in here. Let's see what he has to say about this 262.5 kilo squat. He goes down quick. He's pushing through. A good effort. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights for Jacob, and that's going to wrap up our squats for the morning session. A nice little fist bump from our spotter and loader there. And we are going to strip the bar down. So what's going to happen now is we are going to strip that bar down, get the bench pulled out and put on the rack, and then the bar loaded for our first attempt of the morning session of bench. So bench is going to come up next. And we are going to do that. You see the 10-minute timer there over the top of our platform. Once that 10-minute timer starts rolling, that will signify 10 minutes until bench starts. So you have a little bit of a break until bench starts. If you need to go and grab a snack, grab a drink, or just take a breather from listening to me talk, I will also step away. If you do have any questions about bench, I'll come back and try and answer as many of them as I can. So go ahead and drop them in the comments. And I am also going to take a quick break. So we will see you in just a little bit. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. We have about 1 minute until bench starts, so I'm going to give you a 1-minute crash course in USAPL bench. There are 3 commands: the start command, the press command, and the rack command. You cannot start until you get the start. You should not press until you get the press, and you cannot rack until you get the rack. Any movements of those sorts before those commands, it's going to be yellow lights, red yellows. So that's a red light with a yellow card. Then the way that you get that start command is you have to establish your start position, which means that your shoulders, your back is on the bench, your bottom is well established on the bench, and your feet are flat, heels flat on the floor. Your head no longer has to be in contact with the bench. That is a relatively new rule in USAPL powerlifting. It used to be that it had to be there. And that is your minute crash course, because we are down to about 5 seconds before they're going to call this bar loaded. So let's flip this screen back up this way so we can see Lori Hoffman. She's going to start off with our bench at 37.5 kilos. So you can see one of our side judges in this view here. Well, you could until our spotter and loader came. There we go. So you'll see that she has her arm up and will not drop it until that lifter establishes that start position. So another key part of that start position is going to be that your elbows have to be locked all the way out. So the side referee will determine that that is the case, drop their arm, and that is going to signify to the head referee that the proper start position has been established. The start command can then be given by that chief referee, and that will allow the lifter to go ahead and lift. So we are going to start off with that good lift again from Lori, and roll right into Emma's first bench here at 47.5 kilos. So you will see lifters setting up with their feet on the bench. That is allowed in USAPL powerlifting, not the case in all federations, but is allowed here, so that is fine. So lifters are not going to get a press command until that bar is motionless on the chest. So what that looks like, if you are somebody who pulls that bar into your chest a little bit, is that it has to get done moving down. So after that happens, then you will get that press command. So it won't happen before that. So if you also are somebody who sinks into your chest a little bit, you must do that before you get the press command. So if you pull that bar down after the press command, that is going to be seen as downward motion of the bar. So after you get the press, the bar can only move up. Downward motion of the bar, just like downward motion of the bar in squat, is going to be a blue card. So red light, blue card. Red light, red card on bench, I have seen maybe twice. It's not very common. It is not successfully achieving what I call bench depth, just to help me remember, but it is not bench depth like we see in other federations where the elbows have to go so far. It's bench depth in that the bar doesn't successfully reach the chest or the belly, or in the case of some equipped lifters who wear a belt, sometimes they'll bring the bar down just a little bit too far and actually hit the belt instead of their body. That is also a red card for the red light on bench. And then again, yellow is kind of your catch-all, so anything else that could go wrong, always with commands, be on check. So a red-yellow could always be a command issue. It can also be moving your feet. So just like in squats, you can't move your feet from your established start position. That means you can't lift them up. You can slide them if you're pushing really, really hard with that leg drive. Sometimes they do slide out from underneath you just a little bit. They just cannot come off of the floor. So if you are somebody who is pushing really, really hard and you push into your toes and your heels lift up, that would be a red. I've also seen lifters kind of drive out with their knees, and then as they're driving out with their knees, their feet kind of lift on the inside. That would also be a yellow card for that foot movement after the establishment of your start position. And then a more common one we see in bench is when you're pushing really, really, really hard with that leg drive, pushing, your bottom will actually break off of the bench, and that would be red-yellow as well. So we did get one red-yellow there from the head referee. I cannot tell you what that was for. She might have seen something. So something that is not allowed in USAPL powerlifting on bench is the thumbless or suicide grip, as they call it in the gym. For safety reasons, mostly. So in the case in the rule book, when you are gripping the bar for squat, you can have a thumbless grip. So your thumb is not considered a finger in the squat. in the bench, your thumb is considered a finger. It has to be around the bar, and that's a safety thing. So you saw there she got a replace command. That is because the side referees did not believe that she got the appropriate start position. All right, so that is going to be 3 white lights for Jaden Bennett, good lift. So after she did get that replace command, she still had time on the clock in order to get that start command still. So again, you have 1 minute to get the start command. Not necessarily to complete the lift, but just to get the start command. So if you get a replace command, which we didn't see in squats actually at all, but it can happen if your knees are not locked out, for instance. So if you haven't established your start position in enough time, the head referee will say replace the bar, tell you what needs to happen in a local meet, and then allow you to have the rest of your time to be able to get your commands. That's going to be 3 white lights for Katrina, good lift. So something else you might see here is that one of our spotters and loaders is giving the handoffs. So that is something that in the USAPL is a requirement. So your coach or your husband or your girlfriend or whoever cannot give you the handoff on bench. It has to be done by one of the spotters and loaders. It also will be done by the same spotter and loader for the duration of the flight. Dorina making quick work of 65 kilos. It's going to be 3 white lights, good lift. So because the spotter and loader is the one giving the handoff, you might notice that our lifters are giving them some instructions on how they like their handoffs because every person is different. So they'll give that spotter and loader like, hey, I want a 1, 2, 3. I want you to take 50% of it. And then give it to me at approximately this part on my chest. So that is something that the lifters will do. They want to make sure that they're getting the best lift off they can from that spotter and loader. In other federations, you can have someone else help you out, so you can train with that person to make sure you get the best lift off that you can. But that is not the case in USAPL, and that means that you have to get really good at giving directions. So we have 4 more first attempt benches here. You see that our spotter and loader there is having to flip the plates. So the first plate will always be turned inwards, and then the remainder of the plates will be turned the opposite direction. That is to help minimize friction, largely, because it has 2 flat surfaces against each other instead of the ridges of the plates. So that helps reduce the friction to keep the spin down on the bar. So in Olympic lifting, where you're moving the bar overhead and moving the bar quickly and trying to make sure that you are getting under the bar, you want that bar to spin. In powerlifting, you really don't want that bar to move as much. So by reducing friction, reducing spin on that bar, you're reducing the possibility that that bar is going to get away from you. So you're more in control of that bar. So we will have those first plates always flipped inward for loading the calibrated kilogram plates. And then the second plate will face the opposite direction, and all the remainder of the plates will face the opposite direction as well. So there are a couple of different philosophies when it comes to bench. I mentioned earlier those sinkers that pull that bar into them. A lot of the lighter weight lifters, the ladies, and now some of the other gentlemen as well, prefer that softer touch there on the chest where they're just barely getting to their chest. And a lot of that is because the more control you have over the bar, the quicker you can get that press command. And the quicker you get that press command, the shorter the amount of time that the bar is in your hands. The shorter the amount of time the bar is in your hands, the less effort you have to put in, the more weight you can lift. So, a couple of different philosophies if it works for you, if you're somebody who can generate a lot of power with that sort of heave off of the chest. As long as you are not moving the bar back down and getting that downward motion of the bar, you are good to go. That's going to be 3 white lights for Jamie. Good lift. Our final opening bench here is going to be 80 kilograms for Olivia. She is in our junior 20 to 23. And 80 kilograms is 176 pounds, I believe. So for our gym lifters following along at home, that is your traditional 1 plate and then 2 tens, roughly. I mentioned earlier that I consider the red not hitting bench depth, so a red light with a red card not hitting bench depth. That is not bench depth as it is defined by some of the other federations. That is just my cheater way of remembering what the different lights mean. So we don't have bench depth in that way in the USAPL. So you will see a lot of these lifters with those taller arches to shorten that range of motion to help them be able to put up as much weight as possible. And I always have a lot of respect for those lifters because their supportive muscles, their more stability muscles have to be so strong in order to be able to do that. And mine, frankly, are not. Lori is pushing that. And I don't think that's going to happen today, at least not for this attempt. That's going to be no lift there. She has another chance to come out and try that again. I also mentioned earlier we were talking about the size of jumps between attempts. Some lifters have different philosophies on that. The reason I like to think about that as percentage of weight is 5 kilograms from 60 to 65 is almost twice as much percent as it would be to go from 37.5 to 42.5, even though it's the same amount of weight you're adding on the bar. And so that can make or break some of your lifts. So that is going to be a quick lift from Emma. That's going to be 3 white lights, a good lift from our referees. Caitlin's going to come out and try her hand at 65 kilograms. She gets her commands pretty quickly, and our judges say that's 3 white lights, a good lift. And that was a good lift for Jaden Bennett. We're going to move up to 148 pounds, 67.5 kilos for Caitlin Mays. Katrina pushes through that. That's going to be 67.5 kilos, also 148 pounds. And a good lift for her, according to our judges. She gets a fist bump from her coach there. And we've moved up to 70 kilos. That is 154 pounds. A 7.5 kilo jump, pretty sizable for a women's bench jump. I like to do that personally. I think it is more fun to take a smaller opening attempt and then a bigger jump like that, especially because a lot of the other ladies don't do that. So she is going to get asked to do that off of the platform next time. It doesn't appear that our head referee can get her attention, but again, you are not allowed to adjust your equipment on the platform unless it is your belt. So her wrapping those wrist wraps on the platform is not allowed. So that head ref or a side ref will catch her and make sure that she knows that for next time. Oh, quick work of 70 kilos for Dorina. 3 white lights. If you're watching along at home and you are hearing me say these weights and you're like, that doesn't add up in my math because a plate is 45 pounds, that is because we are using competition kilogram plates. So the red ones, if you have really good eyesight, you might be able to see that far one says 25 kg, 25 kilograms, roughly 55 pounds. So if you are someone who sees someone using kilogram plates on the internet and you say, I don't think that's right math, double check your kilos because the reds are 25, the blues are 20, which is about a normal pound plate. It's 44.5 pounds, 44.4 pounds, so almost 45. The yellow is 15 kilos, 33. The green is 10 kilos or 22. The white one is going to be 5 kilos, about 11-ish. 2.5 are about 5. So the black ones, and then these tiny silver chips you can see here, they're 1.25 kilograms. So they're about 2.5-ish pounds, a little bit more than that, 2.7 I think. So unfortunately that was a no lift for Dominique, 77.5 kilos, but she does have a chance to come back and try it again in her third. Something we did not see in our squat attempts, everyone took all 3 of their attempts, and so far it looks like everyone is going to take all 3 of their bench attempts as well. There are 2 options for you if you decide that you don't have any more in you and you're not going to take an attempt. You can either scratch that attempt by entering an attempt of 0 with the score table. That scratches you for the rest of the discipline. So if you take an opener on bench and it is the grind of your life and you tell your coach, I do not have any more, let's just save my energy, and you scratch your second, it will also scratch your third. However, if you say that was a grinder, I think I have 2.5 more kilos, but I need more than however long your flight is, about 10 or 15 minutes, depending on how big the session is. If it's smaller than that, you will get compensatory time to have around 10 minutes minimum. And you say, I can take this, but I need like 20 minutes to rest. Then your coach can decide to put in an attempt but you time out your attempt where you basically just don't come out. If you know that you're not going to take an attempt and you're not going to take any of the remainder of the attempt, typically people will scratch that lift, but it is an option for you to enter an attempt and just not come out to take it. If you don't get that command within the minute time frame, you forfeit that lift, but you do not forfeit the remainder of the discipline. If you enter an attempt of 0, you do end up scratching or forfeiting the remainder of your attempts for that discipline. It doesn't appear to be the case that that's going to happen today, but I personally have done that on squat, where I have taken a second squat and been like, I ain't got no more. And I just enter a scratch for my third. I say, I will not take any more, thank you. I'll have my day the rest of the day. So it does happen, but it just doesn't look like it's happening today. So I thought I would give you that information in case you're watching another live stream another time, and it's not me commentating and it happens, and you go, oh my gosh, what happened? I remember that crazy lady talking about it on that live stream that one time. And we've had some good lifts since I've been talking for Emily, Morgan, and Colleen, all taking, Morgan and Colleen both taking 80 kilograms, 176 pounds. We have 2 more second attempts here in the bench for our first flight. It's going to be Jamie at 82.5. And she pushes through that, gets her rack command. It's going to be 3 white lights from our judges. I'll take this little bit of downtime to remind you again, if you do have any questions that I haven't answered, or if you just want to hear me talk some more, feel free to put a question in the chat. I am doing my best to monitor it. I'm happy to provide the answers if I have them. And this is our final second attempt bench here. This is Olivia. She's going to take 85 kilos. She, again, is giving that instruction to the spotter and loader to make sure she gets the handoff that she likes to help her be the most successful that she can be with this 85 kilo lift. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Olivia, but she does have a chance to come out and try that again should she so desire. Everyone does have a successful bench attempt so far and a successful squat attempt so far, so that means everyone in Flight A is still in the meet going into deadlifts, which is a fabulous place to be for a meet. We love it when people put together successful meets. We don't want you to come in and have unsuccessful meets. So seeing that everyone has put up at least one successful complete attempt in each discipline so far is always a good thing to see at a USAPL meet. Lori is going to try her hand at that 42.5 kilogram bench again. Let's see what she does this time with it. She's pushing really hard. It just doesn't look like it's going to happen for her today. That's okay. She does have her opener, so she is still going to be in the meet today. This is Emma coming out to try her hand at 57.5 kilos. This is 127 pounds. And I don't know if you can hear this, but there is Baby Shark playing. And so one of our spotters and loaders is doing the Baby Shark there for us. She is pushing, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen today. That's okay. She does have a successful attempt, so she is going to stay in the meet. And we're going to jump 10 kilos up to 67.5 kilos. That is 148 pounds, almost 150. And I spy in the background there some of the coaches for the George Mason Powerlifting Club team. They were here last weekend at the Virginia Collegiate States, so seeing them again this weekend, there are some more lifters competing today, I suppose, from George Mason. And I guess Caitlin is going to be one of them. She's trying for that 67.5. Her coaches are excited. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, good lift for Caitlin. And so Jaden is going to try her hand at 67.5 kilos as well. It's 148 pounds. She's going to push. She's pushing hard. She gets it all the way up. Let's see what our judges have to say. It's 2-1, so I'm going to guess that head ref saw some downward motion, or they didn't lock out all the way. My guess is going to be downward motion for that little bit of a sticking point there. But good lift, 2-1, because again, in USAPL, majority rolls. That's going to be 3 white lights. Good lift for our friend Caitlin there. At 70 kilos, 154 pounds. We're going to take the same weight here for Katrina. She's also going to try her hand at 70 kilos, 154 pounds. Oh, she's pushing through that. Our judges say 3 white lights. Good lift for that good fight. Emily Slayton's going to come out next. She's going to try for 75 kilograms. That is 165 pounds. She gets her start command. Pushing through that. Pushing through that. A great effort. So she got a rack command where the head referee decided that she probably was not going to get quite all the way through that, and so for safety reasons, they'll call a rack command there. A good effort, nonetheless. So Dorina is going to try her hand at 75 kilograms next, 165 pounds. Oh, makes quick work of 75. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. We're about halfway through our bench third attempt in our first flight of the morning here. We are going to move on to 77.5 kilograms. This is a retake for Dominique Traylor. She is going to see if she can put this up this time. And I hope the crowd gets behind her because it gets really exciting when they do. So I mentioned earlier, one of the things that you can do if you are having just an absolutely horrible day in the warm-up room is you can come and tell the score table that you'd like to drop your opener, but you can only do it once, and it has to be before 3 minutes before your flight starts. So we're getting around to that time, and unfortunately that's a no lift for Dominique. We're getting around to that time for flight B, so if they want to change their opener, now is the time to do that for bench. They still do have time to do that for deadlifts because, again, it has to happen before 3 minutes before your flight starts for the discipline, and you can only do it once. But now-ish is that time to make that call, especially because you have to walk from the warm-up room to the score table and make sure everything is all in line. So you have until 3 minutes to submit that attempt. Morgan is pushing through that, and she's not going to get that, unfortunately. A good effort, a good fight. So I like to joke that the third attempt bench is the most elusive attempt on the day, especially for women for one reason or another. That extra 2.5 kilos or 5 kilos jump that they make, sometimes it is too much. And so I like to joke that the third attempt bench is the most elusive of the day. The first attempt squat is the most anxious of the day. So it's the hardest lift of the day in the sense that you are anxious and don't necessarily follow all the commands. The most elusive being the third attempt bench, because you make that little bit of a jump and sometimes it just is too much. And then deadlifts are just deadlifts, and they are super fun to do and super easy to wrap up the day. My favorite to wrap up the day. I'm glad we do it in the order we do. Oh, so unfortunately that's going to be a no lift for Emily there. It was a good effort, but I do believe she may have jumped her press command. I can't really tell from back here, but that's going to be my guess. Either that or her bottom came off the bench. Those are the two big ones that we tend to see for that red-yellow. But again, there are so many different things. It could be that it's not always great to try and guess it, but we have 3 attempts left, so right now would be when they have, Flight B has no more time to submit a change to their opener should they decide to do that. And you can only do it once again. The only attempt changes that you can make on the day are that opener and then third attempt deadlifts, which we'll get into when we get into deadlifts. But second and thirds, once you submit them, they are your attempts for squat and bench. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Colleen. A good effort. Like I said, most elusive on the day. It just is hard, man. That third attempt bench is hard to get. I think maybe in all of my competitions, I've successfully completed a third attempt bench myself once, and it was a horrible day otherwise, but I got all 3 benches, so that was my win for the day. Olivia's going to try her hand at 85 kilos again. Let's see if she's got it this time. She's going to opt to not take a lift this time. I do believe she took a lift off last time, which sometimes can help get the start command a little bit more quickly because the spotter or loader has to get out of the way of the head referee to be able to see. So sometimes lifters will opt to not take it, and that's going to be a completed lift and a successful lift for Olivia. So a good choice to take the self-lift off there. Our last attempt for bench for Flight A is going to be Jamie. She's going to also try her hand at 85 kilos. So you may notice that they had the same weight, and before, Olivia was at the very end of the flight, and now she's not. So what happened there? If lifters submit the same attempt, they will go in what's called lot number order, and lot numbers are assigned randomly to help with weigh-in order and then the order of the lift here. So if you have a lower lot number, you will be the lifter lifting earlier if you have the same attempt. So we'll say that Jamie and Olivia had lot numbers 10 and 11. Then 10, the lower lot number, would take the attempt first. So in that case, Olivia would have had the lot number 10. This comes into play a little bit more when you're pulling for the win in third attempt deadlifts, if you're trying to play the attempt change game, which again we'll get into when we get into deadlifts. But also it can change how much rest you get between your attempts on the other lifts. It also determines your weigh-in order, so the lowest lot number will weigh in earliest, and that means you get to eat earlier, but they are randomly assigned, so it's not like you can play the lot number game and try and get the earliest lot number to be able to weigh in early, which everyone likes to do, because after you weigh in, you can eat. Cheyenne starts off our Flight B benches with 47.5 kilos, makes it look super easy, and gets 3 white lights. Our judges say, good lift. So I heard someone in the audience call her T, so we will call her T for the rest of the day. T gets that up successfully, and it's a 3 white light good lift from our judges. And so that is a completed lift for Shantisha and a good lift, 3 white lights from our judges. So Catherine's going to try her hand here at 55 kilos, 121 pounds. Moves it quickly. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. 3 white lights, good lift. And I see in the chat we call her Katie, so I will try to remember that. Go, Katie. Kira makes quick work of 60 kilos. That is going to be 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Our next lifter of the day is going to be Ferris. He is in our men's raw open 75 kilo class. He's going to come out and open with 65 kilograms on the bar. It's about 143 pounds. He makes quick work of 65 kilos. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lift, and his coach is impressed too. So our second session does start at 2 o'clock this afternoon, which means that our weigh-ins are going to start here shortly. So you might see some of our second session lifters filtering their way back in the background there. We have some gentlemen competing this afternoon starting at 2 o'clock again. That is when their squats will start, which means that their weigh-ins have to be 2 hours before that. So right around noon, you do have that 30-minute warm-up time, so they'll probably start at 11:30, which means we're 30 minutes out from that afternoon session weigh-ins. And 3 white lights for Jessica. Good lift for her opener there at 70 kilos. And now we're going to jump all the way up to 95 for Alexander. So the way that weigh-ins work, I mentioned earlier those lot numbers, that decides the order. And when you show up for weigh-ins, you have to have a little bit of information. a photo ID so we can make sure that the name that you have put in is who you say you are and you are that person. So a photo ID. You also have to have your opening attempts in kilograms for all 3 lifts. And then it is also appreciated if you have your squat and bench rack heights. So this rack is adjustable to each lifter, and we need to know where you fit on that rack. And we only know that if you come and submit that beforehand. And you saw Alexander there lock those elbows out pretty hard to make sure that they are locked out all the way to get that start command. He'll get 3 white lights, a good lift, 95 kilos. So weigh-ins, once you weigh in, you then have a little bit of time to eat, a little bit of time to digest, and then time to start warming up to start your lifts. So I personally hate to be an afternoon session lifter because I like to weigh in as light as I can, and the easiest way to do that is to not eat. But if I'm weighing out at 11:30, I want to eat before that. It's a lot easier to not eat before a 6:30 a.m. weigh-in than it is to not eat before an 11:30 a.m. weigh-in. And especially like a prime time lift, I understand that that is when a lot of the like higher level lifters are going to lift at those bigger meets, and I would love to be in prime time one day in the future maybe, but I'm going to hate that weigh-in because I am going to want to eat. So, and some lifters also will do a water cut, so they'll dehydrate themselves intentionally in order to weigh in lighter. And that can make your life a little bit more difficult if you're waiting until later in the day to weigh in, so you're not having as much water in your body as your body's used to. So we can see, typically with a water cut, you'll see bench go first, where you'll lose a little bit of weight on how much you can bench on meet day from that water cut. Squat and deadlift tend to stick around pretty well okay, but bench can get kind of silly with a water cut. And that's going to be a successful lift for our friend RJ, and a completed successful lift, 102.5 kilos. 102.5 is right at that 2 plate mark, so 225, 226 for any of our people who are used to pound math, 2 plates. So you have probably noticed more of our lifters using wrist straps on bench than on squat because that bar is in their hands. Some lifters will use them on squat to support those wrists as they're bent behind them if you have a lot of tension and if you're really close to your body. So if your wrists are bent a lot, you want to support that with a wrist strap. But there are some rules with wrist straps. They can't be longer than a certain length, than a meter in USAPL powerlifting. And they also cannot go past a certain part of your hand. So we mentioned earlier that they cannot touch the bar, which is why you can't have those thumb loops on. But they also cannot be, they can't go 10 centimeters above the wrist joint, meaning towards the elbow. And they cannot be more than 2 centimeters below the wrist joint, meaning towards the fingers. So you have 12 centimeters in total that it can cover. And that is anything that is wrapped larger than that is going to be considered to be outside of the rules. You'll be asked to rewrap that. They also, again, cannot be longer than that 1 meter. The loop doesn't really count towards that. However, you cannot use the thumb lifts. If it is caught before you go out to the platform by a referee, usually a technical coordinator, a TC, or by the head ref, they will have you fix it before you come out. But if they don't notice it until after the lift, they're not supposed to give you a red light for that until they'll just tell you to fix it after you finish the lift. So they're not supposed to give you a red light for that outright by itself. If you've done something else, yeah, sure. But if they just notice the thumb loops a little too late, they shouldn't be giving you a red light for that. And if you're sitting there thinking to yourself, I don't know what 10 centimeters looks like, how am I going to know if it's more than 10 centimeters towards my elbow? the maximum allowable width of a wrist wrap is 8 centimeters. So that can help orient you a little bit. So really you are getting just a little bit more than one wrap around the wrist there of that wrist wrap. Just a little bit more. And so here we have a wrist wrap issue. We are going to have to make sure we do that before we step on the platform. This is Jacob coming out for his first attempt bench at 142.5 kilos. He's already almost at 2 times body weight bench after his massive 3.5 times body weight squat. And Darrell did have a successful first attempt there on bench. You might have noticed he did hit the rack. That is fine as long as it's an oopsie. So we call that incidental contact. If you make incidental contact with the rack, that's fine. If you're trying to use the rack to help support you as you push up, not fine. That would be a red light. So that is going to be red-blue. I'm going to guess that our head referee did not think that he came all the way back locked out at the end of his bench there, because he did get the start command, which means that he was locked out at the start. And I didn't see any downward motion, so my guess is going to be that she did not believe that he came all the way back locked out. We are going to drop it down to 50 kilograms and wrap around to the top of the flight again. Cheyenne is going to try for 50 kilos, 110 pounds for her second attempt bench. T is going to come out and try for 52.5 kilos. We're looking at 116 pounds. So T is a lifter that is opting to wear her belt on bench. That is something you can do. It is allowed, but you cannot touch the belt with the bar. That would be a red on bench. And she is pushing through that. Keep pushing. It's not going to be successful today. That is okay. She has another chance to come out and try again. Shantisha is pushing through that, and I am hoping she pushes that all the way up. Block that out. She gets it all the way up. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Successful lift there. So that might be a case where I would consider not taking her third attempt. I don't know what her coach is going to do. I don't know what her thoughts are. She might just be a slow bencher. But if my bench looked like that, I probably would not take a third attempt, because I'm a relatively quick lifter. Everybody is different. Every human being is different. But that could be an instance where we might see what we call a scratch or a 0 attempt. Stay tuned. All right, and Katie's going to come out and try her hand at 60 kilograms. So that is right at that 1 plate mark for our gym goers out there who are more familiar with their pound plates. This is 132 pounds, 60 kilos. She makes quick work of that 60 kilos for 3 white light, good lift for our judges. Shakira's going to come out next. She's got 62.5 kilos on the bar, 138 pounds. She is going to get a lift off from our spotter and loader. Again, you might recognize him from doing our lift offs earlier. That is because that same spotter loader has to do all of the lift offs. Good effort there from Shakira, and that's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights from our judges. So we're moving right along. We're about to be about halfway. A couple more lifters, and then we'll be right at halfway through the second attempts here on bench. Once we get through third attempts on bench for this flight B, our second flight of the morning, we will have a 10-minute break and then move into flight A, deadlift. A and B will deadlift, and then we'll have a little bit more of a break, and we will come right back at you for session 2. That's a good effort from Jessica there at 75 kilos, 165 pounds. That's going to be a good lift from our judges. So you may also notice some lifters like Ferris here taking full advantage of the maximum allowable width of his hands. So when he racks this bar, we'll take a quick peek, and if you have really good eyesight, you might be able to see, but there are knurling break lines on that barbell. And those signify how wide your arms are allowed to be. So those have to be covered by at least one finger. If you can see the knurling line from the chief referee position, that is going to be a grip width that is too wide. And just from a biomechanical standpoint, the wider your arms are, that is going to put more demand on your pec muscles of your chest and your front delts of your shoulder. The closer together your hands are is going to be more tricep dominant. So some of our lifters that have more tricep strength, not me, are going to have a little bit closer of a grip. And then some of our lifters who are trying to minimize the range of motion and increase the use of those chest muscles, those pec muscles in the front delt, those are going to be your wider grip lifters. And that's going to be a good lift at 105 kilos, 231 pounds from Alexander, one of our teen lifters for today. So I don't know if we've seen it yet today, but there is a specific grip that some people will use where they are turning their hands a little bit to make as much use of the bar as possible. So they're basically lining up their pointer fingers on the knurling line and then turning their hands just a little bit to be able to cover that knurling line to get more width out of their grip, but still be within the allowable rules. And it is defined in the rule book. So Bulldog would be fingertips gripping the bar instead of wrapping all the way around, and that turn again allowing you to really make use of all of the bar that you can use. It is explicitly stated in the rulebook that Bulldog grip is allowed, but thumbless and reverse are not allowed. These are allowed in other federations, but not in USAPL powerlifting. That's going to be a good effort there at 112.5 kilos from Gage. 112.5 kilos, we're looking at 248, so right at the 250 mark for one of our teen lifters today. We got some strong teens lifting today. Logan is also going to try his hand at a little bit more than 250 here. This is 115 kilos. We're looking at 253 pounds on the bar. So something we also have not seen, but you might be able to catch a glimpse of behind one of our spotters and loaders in that spotter tree, the plate tree, is you might see a little bit glimmer of a box back there. So that's going to be 2-to-1 no lift for Logan. Something happened there. I did not quite catch it. Those blocks are allowed for any lifter to basically raise the floor toward their feet. So if someone can't comfortably reach the floor in a way that they usually bench with how tall the bench is, they can use those blocks. But you have to establish that you are wanting to use those before you come out to lift. If your bar is called loaded and those blocks are not out there and you're like, oh my goodness, I really wanted to use those blocks, they can throw them out there for you. They can reposition them for you. That's fine, but it will count against your 1 minute time. So if you're a lifter that likes to take full use of your minute, make sure that you tell them if you want to use those blocks. That's going to be 2-to-1 good lift for Nicholas. Again, I'm going to guess that is because our head referee doesn't think that he's coming all the way locked back out with his elbows at the end of the lift. If his coach has a question, he can go ahead and ask the jury. But again, majority rules in USAPL powerlifting, so that is going to be a good lift. Darrell's going to come out and try his hand at 140 pounds. 140 kilos. That is going to be 308 pounds. So we're closing in on that 3 plate mark for our gym goers out there. So he's getting a replace the bar command there, and I caught a little bit of a cheap catch there of what our side referee thinks. She did not agree that he had his heel completely flat on the floor, so let's see if he can fix that in enough time to get his start command. I cannot see his timer. And he's going to get that right in time. I caught the timer looking at right around 7 seconds remaining. So that is going to be an unsuccessful lift for Darrell. He does have a chance to come out and try one more time. And we're going to move into our final second attempt bench of the day at 147.5 kilos. We have Jacob Schwartz coming out. And he pushes through that pretty good. Our referees say 2-to-1 good lift. Something happened. One of our side judges, if he wants to figure that out, he can ask the jury. I think it's the side ref that I can't see, so I'm not really sure what he was thinking. But that's okay. We now have our final attempt benches coming out. So our jury here is going to get some clarification from our side refs so they know what was going on. So if coaches want to know what happened with their lifters, they can go back to the jury and figure that out. Wrapping back around to the top of our flight here with T. She's going to come out and try her hand back at 52.5 kilos. That is 116 pounds. And after we finish these benches, we're going to take a 10-minute break while we line up for deadlifts. And that's going to be a no lift for T there. That's okay. She got her first one. And Cheyenne is pushing through that. Successfully completes the lift and successfully gets the lift. 3 white lights. Shantisha's going to come out here and try her hand at 55 kilos, 121 pounds for her 3rd attempt on bench. She's pushing. Not today. That's okay. She has 2 successful lifts from earlier in the bench attempts there. Like I said, that 3rd attempt bench is just so hard to get. Shakira coming out to try her hand at 65 kilos. That is 143 pounds. She gets that lift out from our spotter loader. Pushing. Not today. That's okay. She has 2 successful benches from earlier in the day. Katie's going to come out and try her hand at 65 kilos next, is 143 pounds. She's pushing. Not today. A great effort. She has that successful 60 kilo bench from her 2nd attempt. So again, we'll start talking a little bit about how hard 3rd bench attempts are. You may notice that this happens a little more quickly in the lifters who have that wider grip bench. Typically, lifters who have smaller ranges of motion, they will hit that like wall towards the top of their attempts a little bit harder than lifters who have a little more range. And that's just because those lifters typically lift more quickly because they don't have as far to move the weight. So I'll use myself as an example because I lift myself. I don't have a ton of range on bench because I do also take full advantage of the max width allowable. Oh, come on, push through that. Good lift. Our coach is excited. 77.5 kilo. Good lift for Jessica. And so what happens is I can bench like 90, it feels like 99%, but it's probably not actually that much. Pretty close to my absolute max of my bench weight pretty quickly. And then as soon as you add another 2.5 kilos, I am out of it and it's not going to happen. And that is why I like to joke that that 3rd attempt bench is just so elusive. It's hard to get. Sometimes you can ride the momentum a little. So if a few people before you have gotten theirs, you can push through that. It feels a little bit easier. But if you have a bunch of people in a row that aren't getting that 3rd attempt, it just almost feels inevitable that you also won't get yours. I love to see a swing in the vibe though. So we did have a few in a row that didn't get their 3rd attempt bench, and now we have 2 in a row. Let's see if we can keep it rolling. Alexander's going to come out and try his hand at 112.5 kilos. One of our teen lifters. He's pushing. But then, it's not going to happen today. A great attempt. That is right around 250. I think that's 248 pounds for a teen lifter. That is rocking and rolling. And we have 7, it looks like, more. 6 more third attempt benches this morning. We are looking at RJ next. He's going to try his hand at 115 kilos. That is 253 pounds, if I'm not mistaken. He pushes through that sticking point. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1, good lift. So our head referee saw something. I'm not even going to try to speculate because it could be so many things. So you saw Logan there get asked to step back off the platform because his bar had not yet been called loaded. So you do not have permission to step on that platform until your bar is called loaded. You will be asked to step back off the platform until it is called loaded. And he pushes through that on 115 and this time gets 3 white lights. He's excited. I love watching teen lifters lift. They have so much energy. I'm too tired for all that. Gage is going to come out next. He's got 117.5 kilos on the bar for a 16 to 17-year-old lifter, raw team 2. So this is a young kiddo. He is benching here 258 pounds, almost 260, at 148 pounds. And he's pushing through that. He gets it up, locks it out. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Nicholas is going to come out. He is our 3rd from our last lifter of the bench for this flight, which also is going to wrap up our bench for the morning session. He's got 132.5 kilos on the bar. He's going to go for 291 pounds. And he is lifting to a song from a popular anime, I hear, Attack on Titan. If any of our other anime fans are out there, you might be able to hear it if I leave my microphone on. This is also another of our teen lifters, 18 to 19 years old, 67.5 kilos, 148 pounds, so about 150 pounds-ish, benching almost 300, almost. Come on, come on, push through that. Oh, not today, a great effort. Man, but these teen kids, they really are going to be able to tell somebody that they used to bench 315 back in high school one day, I'm sure. All right, we've got 2 benches left. We've got 140 kilos on the bar for Darrell, 308 pounds. Let's see if he has it for his 3rd attempt here. So you got a replacement in again. Not sure what happened there. He's going to find out from our head referee. He's going to get that lift off again from our spotter loader. He has time. He's got about 20 seconds to get that start command. Comes down. He's going to push through that. Gets away from him just a little bit. They're going to check on him, make sure he's okay. And we've got one more bench of the morning session. This is going to be Jacob coming out to try his hand at 152.5 kilos. That is 341 pounds. 341. $336. A little bad math on my part. My bad. Had to double check myself. He is a 75 kilo lifter. Again, he had that 262.5 kilo squat, that giant 3.5 times body weight squat earlier this morning. And he is coming out to try and show off a little bit more again with 152.5 kilos on the bar for his bench. He gets set up really quickly, and he's going to, make some light work of that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that's going to wrap up bench for our morning session for both of our flights here. We are going to get the bar unloaded, the rack broken down and taken off the platform, and then the bar reloaded to get set up for our deadlifts. And once all of that is successful, we will flip to a 10-minute break. So there will be 10 minutes between bench and deadlift to allow our referees to have a little bit of a breather. Mandatory 10-minute break there. So I am going to take a 10-minute break, and I will be back. If you have any specific questions on the bench or the deadlift, feel free to drop them in the comments. I will do my best to come back and read them and ask and answer anything that is asked. We are rolling now into deadlifts. So let's take that 10 minutes. The 10-minute timer has not started yet, and I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but once that 10-minute timer starts, that is the 10-minute timer to signify the 10 minutes between bench and deadlift. I'll take my little bit of a break, and I'll come down and give you guys the rundown of deadlifts before we start them. Alrighty, everybody, we are going to get right back to it with deadlifts here. Everybody's favorite, maybe not everybody, but most people's favorite, the most exciting lift of the day, in my opinion, because this is where stuff can shift around and change. We do have just a couple of rules to break out. So there's only one command that you need to know for the deadlift. It is the down command. So we will watch Lori lift, log it out, and get that down command. So that's the only command that you need for the deadlift. That's going to be 3 white lights, a good lift. We do have the same rules applying where you can have a red card, yellow card, or blue card for an incomplete lift as per the rule book. Red is going to be an incomplete lockout, so that could be soft at the shoulders or at the knees. Then blue is going to be downward motion or supporting on the front of your thighs, the quads, or hitching or ramping, which is more than just supporting on your quads. It's actually using them to like move the bar up your legs. And then yellow is all the other fun stuff that can happen. So we do have 2 successful lifts so far for both Lori and Caitlin at 80 and 107.5 kilograms. You might see some of our lifters come out here with their legs covered in white powder. That is not chalk. If you are trying to chalk your legs, you are not going to have a fun time. So chalk is used to increase the amount of friction between you and the bar. You don't want to increase the amount of friction between your legs and the bar, or your legs will grab onto the bar and not let go, and that makes your lift harder. So instead, they are covered in baby powder, which is something used to decrease friction. You want that bar to slide right on up your legs, especially if you have a little bit larger legs that might get in the way of the bar. You want them to just be a little bit slippier. So don't chalk your legs, baby powder your legs. A lot of first lifters, they see the white and they go, oh my gosh, chalking my legs. I never thought of that. It's because you shouldn't do that, actually. It's baby powder. So we have successful lifts all the way through the first 4 lifters here for Lori, Caitlin, Emma, and Morgan. Deadlifts also tend to move pretty quickly because there's not a rack that you have to adjust. It's just loading the plates on the bar. So the spotters and loaders are locked in and ready to go. They are moving quickly. You may also notice that all of these lifters have on some long socks. That is because we don't want to get their gunk on the bar. So sanitary and healthy is sanitary and safe is the name of the game here with most of our rules. So that is why you have to wear a shirt when you squat and bench. You don't have to wear one when you deadlift, so some of our lifters may have opted to take their shirts off. I don't know that we've seen that yet, but that does happen. And then on the deadlift, that it requires the taller socks just under the knee joint there. Jaden stands up with that 130 kilogram deadlift for a good lift. That's going to be 3 white lights for Emily. So in raw powerlifting, so we've talked a little bit about the equipment they can wear. You can choose to wear your knee sleeves, so we did see one lifter do that so far. But the same rule applies where you are not allowed to have those socks touching your knee sleeves, so that's why she had her socks pulled down a little bit. And again, in raw powerlifting and all powerlifting, the only equipment you can adjust on the platform is that belt. So a lot of lifters will come out with it unlatched and then latch it when they get on the platform. But that's the only equipment you can fix on the platform. Just a quick work of 142.5 kilos for Jamie. It's going to be a good lift from our judges. something we haven't seen come into play a ton so far today, but might happen in deadlift, is changing up the lifting order. So the flight is established earlier on, so every lifter is assigned a flight, but that does not necessarily determine your lifting order. The lifting order is going to be the amount of weight on the bar. So you probably noticed, start with the lowest weight and then only add weight as it goes through the flight. So if you are lifting after somebody as your opener, because your opener is higher than theirs is, but they take a bigger jump between their first and second attempt, they can surpass your second and end up changing the flight order where now they're lifting after you. So that does happen, and then that gets into the whole lot number conversation that we were having much earlier. You're welcome to scroll back to that, but just as a refresher, your lot numbers determine your weigh-in order, and they also will determine lifting order if and only if you have the same attempt selection as another lifter. So if you and I, for instance, had the same attempt selection at 147.5 kilograms and your lot number was lower than mine, that means that you are going to be lifting before I will, even though we have the same weight selection. That's going to be 2-to-1, a good lift from our judges. So again, that red is going to be for a soft lockout or something not completing the full lockout. That could be at the knees or the hips, or that could be at the shoulders where they're not standing all the way as tall as our referees think they should be. So that's what that red is going to be. We've got Dorina coming out and trying her opener at 150 kilos. That is 330 pounds. Quick work of it. Our judges say 3 white lights. Good lift. So you'll see with our spotters and loaders there, it was the same weight on the bar for these two lifters. They will adjust the plates on the bar to make sure that they are as close as they can be and as tight as they can be. Because with deadlifts, with all that weight on the bar, when you drop it on the floor, not necessarily drop it, because you do have to maintain control all the way down, and you cannot help it get down to the floor. That is also cause for a red-yellow. We'll get there in just a moment, but the plates can, the force of it will knock them off kilter just a little bit. You've probably noticed that lifting yourself. So in order to make sure every lifter has the same, I'll put in air quotes, the same bar with the same weight loaded, they will adjust those plates and those collars to make sure everything is lined up the way that it should be. So getting back to that red-yellow, so something that is relatively new, last couple of years implemented in the rule book, you cannot accelerate the bar towards the floor. So you've always had to maintain control of the bar, which means that you've always had to have your hands on the bar after your lockout until it gets back to the floor. But the newer rule now is that you cannot basically help gravity get the bar to the floor. So you may see some lifters get really excited, and they're so excited, and they throw that bar down. Even if their hands stay on the bar the whole time, that is now cause for a red-yellow. It would be a no lift. It's unfortunate, it happens, but it is to protect the equipment. So the plates are not inexpensive, and we want to make sure that they last as long as possible for the lifters to make sure they're in good shape, because the lifters deserve the best. They deserve their best chance to have a good day, and that includes good equipment. So we're taking care of the equipment by making sure that we take care of the equipment with some of these rule changes. You'll notice we're already back around to our opener here, or our first flight here. Lori, she goes ahead and stands up with that second attempt. She's going to get 2-to-1 good lift for a soft lockout from the right side judge. So deadlifts do move a little bit more quickly. So if you are somebody waiting for someone in flight B, that will happen just a little bit more quickly than it does with squat and bench, and that's because we don't have that rack to worry about. A little bit slow off the floor, but she locks it out hard. She gets 3 white lights, a good lift. Some of the other reasons you could get a red-yellow, because again, there are just so many. Jumping commands always, so if you drop the bar before the referee gives their down command, that is going to be a yellow card. If you step forward or backward or move your feet before you get the down command, also not cool. And if you just generally don't complete the lift, also going to be a red, yellow. Morgan stands up with that 135 kilogram attempt for 3 white lights. A good lift. Caitlin's going to come out and try for 135 kilos as well. And it does look like everybody in Flight A is going to put up a total today, which means that everyone had a successful day in that regard. Always a good day when people have a good day. Caitlin is going to pull that, lock it out. She's having an excellent day today. That it makes it 8 for 8 so far. She has one more attempt. So we call a perfect day where you get all of your attempts. It's going to be 9 for 9. And some lifters also like to track how many white lights they get. So if they don't break any of the rules according to the referees, that would be 27 for 27 white lights. Not impossible to do, but relatively difficult to do if you are really pushing hard, because stuff happens. Jaden's going to try 137.5. She locks that out. She's going to get 3 white lights. A good lift from our judges. He makes quick work of 152.5 kilos. 3 white lights, good lift from our judges. So something that might be happening today that we might see take place here in these third attempts. In the new edition of the rulebook and the new way that we are doing our nationals in USAPL, you can only put up a national qualifying total at a state or regional meet. That's new for 2025. And carrying through. So if it's not a state championship meet or a regional championship meet or the previous nationals, you cannot put up a qualifying total for those for that national level meet. Used to be that you just needed to put up the qualifying total in any local meet. That is not true for collegiate nationals. So some of our college lifters can put up their qualifying total for collegiate nationals. That's unfortunately going to be no lift for Dominique. It looked to me like she had some downward motion of the bar or support on her thighs, maybe a little bit of both, which is both going to be a red-blue. One of our other judges also saw not quite full lockouts. It's going to be red-red. So no lift for Dominique, but she can come back and try it one more time, and it looks like she's going to. But back to those qualifying totals. So in order to compete at those higher level meets, you have to put up the established qualifying total for your weight class as determined by the USAPL. So those are listed out in the world. You can Google USAPL qualifying totals, nationals, raw nationals, and they will come right up. But in order to do that, they have to be at that state or regional level meet. States in Virginia is going to be in February this year. I also know that Tennessee is going to be the first weekend in January in Kingsport, Tennessee, January 3rd. And then January the 24th, I believe, is when North Carolina States is taking place. That is going to be in the Charlotte area, outside of Charlotte, and Concord, North Carolina. So if you are looking to put up a qualifying total and you need a state meet, those are 3 of your options. Regionals I won't say just anymore, but took place in October, about 8 weeks ago. And so some of our lifters may have competed there to try and put up that qualifying total to help be successful for nationals. And that can qualify you if you put up the qualifying total in your weight class, or the ones higher that can qualify you for those higher classes, which is why it's important to make weight. If you are trying to re-qualify in a lower weight class, because those tend to have lower qualifying totals, you will have to re-qualify at that same level meet. Emily makes a pretty sizable jump to 160 kilos, 352 pounds for her second attempt. And that's going to be 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. So as we get rolling towards our third attempt deadlifts, this is where some strategy may come into play at some of our larger meets. Not sure if that's going to take place today. But you do have the opportunity to change your third attempt deadlift if you are trying to pull for the win, as they say. So if you and another lifter are tied going into deadlifts and you have really similar deadlift weights, you guys might be looking at each other like, I really want to outlift this lifter. I want to get the best total. I want to win my weight class. What do I need to do to be able to do that? So that's where things like your lot number come in, your body weight come in, all kinds of things. Really, the lifter should not be thinking about this stuff. It should be on the coach. But to give you guys some information on what that looks like, you can establish, like you can say a ridiculously high third attempt as you submit it, even if you don't think you're necessarily going to hit that. If you think that your attempt weight ultimately will be higher than the person you are trying to compete against. So that means the way that the third attempt changes work is that you can change your third attempt deadlift up to twice, up until the bar is called loaded for you. But the kicker is that you cannot go down in weight from what's already on the bar. So we're already at 100 and we're going to 177.5 kilos. If I was competing against another lifter and I only needed 175 kilos to successfully beat them, I couldn't load 175 kilos because we're already at 177.5. But I could declare 177.5 after a change if I submitted like 200 or something crazy for my my third attempt. That again is only for third attempt deadlifts. If that does happen, we'll see attempt change pop up somewhere, and that is to alert the spotters and loaders that something is happening and not to load the weight on the bar, so that we load the appropriate amount of weight on the bar. Olivia is going to make some pretty quick work of 177.5. She likely is going to put up something over 400 pounds today for that junior lifter in our 65 kilo class. We're going to roll right on into third attempts here for our first flight of the day. So Lori's going to come out and she's going to try 90 kilos. Oh, she pulls hard, gets that up. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights, a good lift, and a pretty good day for Lori, just missing out on a little bit on bench today. She went 7 for 9. Caitlin is going to try 125 for her third attempt here. That's 275 pounds. She stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. And she's excited about that. We're going to go up to 132.5 kilos. That is 291 pounds. Bar is loaded for Emma here. is pulling hard, pulling hard. It doesn't look like that's going to come off the floor for her today. Good effort. She's going to round out the day today with successful lifts in all 3 disciplines. She does put up a total today. Morgan is pulling hard for that at 142.5 kilos. That is 314 pounds, right at your 3-plate mark. So we do have an attempt change in progress, it looks like, because we have a little red box. I'm not sure what happened there. Looks like we're just going to keep going right on into Caitlin. She has 142.5 kilos on the bar as well. So this is one of our college lifters from George Mason. So she is lifting in the Caitlin, one of our lifters from George Mason University. So she has the ability to put up the qualifying total for collegiate nationals today, because that has to be done at that can be done at any USA powerlifting meet. So she is going to round out her day at 315 kilos, and the qualifying total for women's raw in her weight class she finished at 322.5 kilos, and in her weight class the qualifying total is 305. So she put up the qualifying total for collegiate nationals today. She has the ability to go and compete at college nationals later this spring. A good effort from Jaden Bennett today. She is going to round out her day at 320 kilos, also with the ability to go to collegiate nationals today, but is going to finish just short of that 322.5 put up by Caitlin. They are in the same weight class. So they would have been competing for that placement there. Dominique is going to come out here and try her hand at 152.5. Again, this is 336 pounds. She's going to retake it after a miss on her second attempt. Let's see what she does with this third one. She stands it up. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1. That's a good lift. Likely again for supporting on the legs. It's going to be my guess. Emily's going to come out and take 160 kilos. That's 352 pounds. For her third attempt, this is her last lift of the day. I love third attempt deadlifts. They're so exciting. Man, that was too easy for a third attempt deadlift. 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. A good day for her. Jamie is coming up next. She is going to load 162.5 kilos on the bar. 358 pounds. She's been having a pretty good day today, too. Just missing her first squat. Oh, too easy for a third attempt deadlift. Again, this is my opinion. I just like to see people lift some heavy stuff. It's going to be a good lift for her. She's going to round out her day at 375 kilos for her total.
Colleen is going to take 165 kilos. That's 300 and... That might be 358. I might have told y'all wrong earlier. No, that's 363. Oh, good effort today for her. That's going to be a no lift. But she is still going to round out her day at 365 kilos for her total for the day. And next is going to be Dorina in our 82.5 kilogram class. She's going to try 167.5 kilograms. That's 368 pounds. And she struggles just a little bit there at the lockout, but let's see what our judges say. That's 3 white lights, good lifts. That wraps up her day just over the 400 kilo mark at 402.5 kilos. Emily is going to come out and take 167.5 kilos. That is 368 pounds for her third attempt. All of her third attempt type videos have been bluey. I've been loving it. Oh, good effort, good effort. That was a good fight. Let's see what our judges say. That's going to be no lift for either supporting on the quads or downward motion. My guess is going to be downward motion at that sticking point. A great effort, nonetheless. Katrina is going to stand up with that 175. Makes it look too easy. 3 white lights, good lift. And that is 385 pounds for Katrina. She is going to round out her day at 407.5 kilos for her total. And now into our last deadlift of our first flight. Olivia is going to try her hand. I did say she was going to go over that 400 mark. She's at 187.5. That's going to take her to 408, I believe. Nope, 412. She is settling in for this big deadlift. 65 kilo lifter pulling 187. We're cresting in on that 3 times body weight deadlift. Let's see what she does. Oh, not today. Still a great day for her today, finishing out at 427.5 kilos on the day. Olivia Leal is also one of our college lifters. She's from the University of Maryland, go Terps. So she also was able to put up her qualifying total for the collegiate nationals today because in that 65 kilogram class, that qualifying total is 305 kilos. So she was there. And now we're going into our deadlifts for our second flight. So after we wrap up these deadlifts, our first session will be completed. We're going to start with Katie at 100 kilos for her opener. She locks it out. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Cheyenne's going to come out and try for 105 kilos for her opener. That's 231 pounds. She stands it up, locks it out. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Bars loaded for T at 105 kilos. It's 231 pounds. She stands it up, locks it out. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. So you will notice that newer rule about not accelerating the bar down to the ground has some lifters a little frightened, and so they will very gently lower that bar back down to the floor. Not a bad practice, but it will take a little bit more energy to control that bar down to that degree. Shantisha stands up with that. Locks it out, gets 3 white lights, a good lift from our judges. Ferris is going to come out. He's going to try for 120 as his opener on his deadlift. And so far we have good lifts for all of our opening attempts on deadlifts for the second flight as well, which means every lifter so far has put up a total in the meet because they have successfully completed at least one lift in every discipline. Again, we love to see that. That means lifters are having a good day, and when lifters have a good day, we have a good day. That's going to be a good lift for Shakira as well at 152.5 kilos. Continuing the trend of successful openers in this deadlift openers for our second flight of the day. We are rolling into about halfway through. Here's one of our teen lifters, Gage. He is having a pretty stellar day today so far. So just like our collegiate lifters, high school lifters can also put up their qualifying totals for high school nationals at any powerlifting meet. This means that our teen lifters that are still in high school can do that today as well. So Gage right now with his completed total of 470 kilos in the 67.5 kilo class, he is going to, I believe, go ahead and qualify in his class, yes, because the qualifying total for the 67.5 kilo class is 310 kilos. So he is well on his way. He would be able to compete at high school nationals should he decide to do that. That's going to be a good lift for RJ, 3 white lights. So I've been talking about these national level meets. We do have collegiate nationals in the spring and high school nationals where the registration just opened up for high school nationals. It opened up just a couple days ago on December the 2nd. It is going to take place in Killeen, Texas this year in March, the end of March, the 26th through the 29th. The collegiate nationals is going to be a little bit after that, I believe in the middle of April. It's going to take place in New Orleans, Louisiana this year. So you hear me talking about these meets. Some of our other big meets, the Arnold takes place in Columbus, Ohio. And then I believe Raw Nationals this year is going to be in Chicago. Bars loaded for Jessica Griffin, coming out and opening at 192.5 kilos. That is 423 pounds. What an opener for Jessica Griffin in our 100 kilo class. She stands right on up with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, a good lift. Nicholas is going to come out. He's opening at 200 kilos, 440 pounds in our men's raw team 3, 18 to 19. So he is, if he's still in high school, probably well on his way to qualifying for that. And we will keep an eye on that collegiate nationals qualifying total as well, just in case. And that was a good lift for Nicholas. That puts him at a total so far for the day at 530 kilos. I believe that's going to qualify him for both collegiate and collegiate and high school nationals. I don't know how old he is, but either way, he has the opportunity to go to those meets should he decide to. And that was a successful lift from Logan. We have one more lifter to round out the flight for openers today. Logan put up 210 kilos for his opener. He's going to round his total out so far at 525 kilos. I believe that qualifies him for high school nationals as well because he is in that teen to 16 to 17. Jacob successfully completes his deadlift opener, and with that, we have successful totals for all of our lifters in the morning session, which, again, we love to see. When lifters have a good day, we all have a good day. So we're going to strip that bar back down, get it back down to where we need to be for our second attempts. We're going to start with Katie back at 105 kilos, 231 pounds. So USA Powerlifting puts on 4 total nationals events. The first is going to be high school nationals, in the end of March. It is March 26th to 29th in 2026. Registration just opened. It's taking place in Killeen, Texas. Some of our lifters today do have the opportunity to qualify for that because that qualifying total can be put up at any meet. So some of our Teen 2 lifters are going to be possibly looking to do that today. The second one is April 9th through the 12th. That is Collegiate Nationals. It's going to be in New Orleans. It also can be at any meets, and so some of our lifters today from University of Maryland, George Mason University, maybe some of the others that didn't declare their teams that are in that teen or junior age range can compete at that. It's going to be in, again, New Orleans, April 9th through 12th. We had a lot of lifters last weekend at Virginia Collegiate States looking to put up the qualifying totals for that. For Collegiate Nationals, they do have 2 different sets of qualifying totals. One for if you are submitting a team, so a lot of the colleges will put together a team of at least 5. But if you're going by yourself, if you just are in college and want to go without a team, those qualifying totals are higher because they're trying to emphasize the team aspect of the college nationals experience. The third one that is going to take place in June is Raw Nationals. It's going to be June 10th to the 14th in Chicago area, Lombard, Illinois. Registration for that will open into the new year, I think in the beginning of February. And again, those qualifying totals must be put up by at a state, regional, or another national or higher level meet. So if you're looking to be able to do that, Virginia States is in February, and then there are 2 surrounding states, nearby states, that are doing theirs in January. Tennessee and Kingsport, Tennessee on January 3rd, and then USAPL North Carolina will be doing theirs the 24th of January. It is going to be in Concord, North Carolina. The one in Virginia, Shantisha stands up with that 120 kilogram attempt, 264 pounds. Our judges say 2-to-1 no lift. One that looks like for not quite fully locking out, and one for either support or downward motion. She can talk to the jury and figure out what happened. Virginia State, back to that, is going to take place right here in Ashland on February 21st. So if you are looking to put up a qualifying total for Raw Nationals and you need a state level meet, you can do that right here in Ashland at the end of February, again, February 21st. And then the final national event that doesn't have a date for 2026 yet, but happened in July of last year, was the Youth Bench and then Equipped and Empower ID, which now is the Special Olympics Nationals. It was in July of last year in Pennsylvania. So I don't have any additional information for you on that right now, but we can keep an eye out for that if that is something that you are looking to do. That's going to be a good lift from Ferris at 132.5 kilos. Also having a pretty good day so far. And we are just going to keep trucking right along in these second attempts. Shakira is going to come out and try for 157.5 kilos, almost to that 350-pound mark. She stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. That's going to be 3 white lights. Good lift. Gage is going to load it up to 182.5 next. 182.5 is where we crest into the 400-pound mark. It is 401.5-ish pounds. So way back when I was introducing some of the earliest concepts of powerlifting as the rules of how USAPL powerlifting does things, I was talking about state and national records and how you can use smaller than 2.5 kilogram attempts for youth lifters or for those attempts at the national level or higher, but you can only set those records at state level meets or higher. Another stipulation that has to be present for you to be able to set those records is you need at least that level of referee on the platform in all 3 chairs. So I'm currently a state referee, which means if I was on the platform last weekend and someone wanted to set a national record, I would have to be replaced by a national referee to adjudicate or judge that particular lift. Because I'm not a national level referee, I cannot judge national level record attempts. I can judge state level, and anyone can do state level because the lowest level of referee is state. But national or international level records, I can't judge for. So I would have to be replaced. And that is true at any of the competitions. If you have a lower level referee on the platform and you're trying to set a higher level record, they would have to swap out for that lift. The way that referees work in USAPL is you have a state level, which is what I am. In order to become a state level referee, you have to pass a paper test, a written test, and then also a practical exam where you're sitting with a state chair, a national level referee, a category level referee, which we'll get to in just a second, and be successful in judging the lifts to a degree where they deem successful. So there is a little bit of check and balance there, just to make sure that all of the referees that they're training are training and judging to the rule book as defined by USAPL. If you want to be a referee, reach out to your state chair. In Virginia, that's Danny, who's our head referee right now, or Gabby, they're co-state chairs. But you can find the state chair email on the USAPL website. If you want to be a national level referee, which is what I'm hoping to do in the next few months, you have to sit on the platform at least 6 meets. And 2 of those you have to be in the head ref position, the chief referee position. And those have to be 6 different meets. And different sessions at the same meet doesn't count. It has to be 6 different meets, not 6 different sessions. Once you do that, you'll submit to national office, and they will... you have to get approval by your state chair. State chair says yes, okay, and then you submit to national office and set up a time to take another written exam and then another practical exam, which has to be given by a national or category level referee or higher. Jessica Griffin is trying 205 kilos here, well over 440 pounds, almost 450. That is 450. That's 451. She stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. That's 3 white lights. Good lift. And so the same process applies, where you'll take a paper exam and then a practical exam, and that will determine if you are at the level that they want you to be at to be a national level referee. Then you can become a national level referee, and national level referees can sit on the platform at national level meets and also on jury tables at lower level meets. So we have a jury table today made up only of national level referees. After you are a national referee for a certain amount of time, you can opt to sit for the category referee exam. Because I am only state level trying to get my national, I'm not as well versed with the process to become a category referee, and Nicholas is excited for that deadlift, 220 kilos. Logan's going to take the same weight here, 220. I told a fib. Nicholas took 210. Logan is going to go to 220. But if you are interested in becoming a referee, there is a whole referee rulebook on the technical committee section of the USA Powerlifting website. Again, to become a state referee, email your state chair, get in touch with your state chair, and they will help you through the process as best they can. We have 2 more second attempt deadlifts here. We have Logan taking 220, and then we are going to have Jacob take 242.5. Oh, that was way too easy for Logan. He's excited. Let's see what he's going to do for his third attempt. Jacob Schwartz coming out for the last second attempt of flight B. That's going to be 242.5 kilos, which is 533 pounds. And then we'll get into third attempt deadlifts, the last lifts for these lifters of the day. And then that will wrap up our morning session. Jacob makes light work of 242.5. Judges say 3 white lights. Good lift. So we are going to drop back down to 110 or 242 pounds for Katie here. She's going to start out our third attempt deadlifts. She is apparently a Billie Eilish fan, according to her third attempt type video. She's going to start off this second flight third attempt deadlifts. This is her last lift of the day. Let's hope that this crowd gets into it. She settles in. She's pulling. Keep pulling. Lock it out. She stands up with it. See what our judges have to say. That's going to be 2 to 1. I'm going to guess for support or hitching or ramping on the thighs there. Next we have T coming out. She has 112.5 kilos on the bar. 112.5, that is 248. So right at 250. She stands up with that. That's too easy for a third attempt. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Next is Cheyenne coming up. She has 115 kilos on the bar, so we're going to crest into that 250 mark. That is 253. She's got some pretty fun socks on. Oh man, so easy for a third attempt. Her coach is digging it. She's digging it. Our judges are digging it. 3 white lights, good lift. Shantisha coming out next, 127.5 kilos on the bar. That is just under 286, so I believe that's 281. And she's pulling that. She's pulling that. Let's see what our judges have to say. She stands up with it. That's 3 white lights. Good lift for Shantisha. Ferris is going to come out next with 140 kilos on the bar, 308 pounds. Oh, he makes light work of that 140. So we have a comment about the double overhand in the chat. Yes, so some people will choose to use what's called a hook grip. It's more popular in Olympic weightlifting because you really don't want to lose the bar when you're Olympic weightlifting because you're throwing it over your head. But the hook grip is where you tuck your thumbs under the bar and then put your hands, your fingers, over your thumbs. I do not choose to use a hook grip because my thumbs are little weenies and I would fall over dead if I tried a hook grip. So I fall in the majority of people who use a mixed grip like Shakira is here. So this is a mixed grip. She is pulling that hard. Let's see if she can get it locked all the way out. She's not getting her down command. She got it there. I don't think that she got all the way locked out there. She tried really hard, though. Good effort from Shakira. Gage is going to come up next. He is at 187.5 kilos. It's 412 pounds for one of our teen lifters, 16 to 17 years old. $67.5 kilo weight class, which means he weighs under 148 pounds. At least he did this morning. He may not now. Depends on how hungry he got, I guess. Oh, he's pulling that well. Let's see what our judges have to say. And that's a good lift for Gage. RJ next, he's going to take 195 kilograms. 429 pounds. Gage just wrapped up a 9 for 9 day, totaling 487.5 kilos at 16 or 17 years old. RJ here, he is going to take 195. He's pulling that. Come on, RJ. Lock it out. Oh, just got away from him. A good attempt. He gets some knuckles from spotters and loaders. No lift for him today. He's going to finish his day at 462.5 kilo total. Darrell coming up next. He's got 200 kilos on the bar, 440 pounds. He's one of our men's raw masters lifters, so he is between 45 and 49 years old. He could compete at Masters Nationals. That also is a thing. I do believe for Masters, though, you have to set it at a state level meter higher because it's the same week as Raw Nationals. That's unfortunately going to be 2-to-1 no lifts. I don't know why. I will have to ask the jury myself. I think it looks like he may have dropped the bar a little too early. Oh, and I also told another fib. So, Masters lifters can set their qualifying total at any USAPL powerlifting meet. So, today, in the 40 to 49 class, men's raw masters, the total that you would need in order to qualify for that would be 622.5 kilos. Oh, and Alexander makes just absolutely quick work of 205. Crazy. Well, another one of our teen lifters also going just so well today. He went 8 for 9, totaling 510 kilos at 18 or 19 years old, I believe. He might be a little bit older. Yes, 18 or 19. So either in high school or fresh out of high school, totaling 510 kilos. That is over 1,000 pounds. It's over 1,100, I think. Jessica coming out now with 207.5 kilos on the bar. That is 456 pounds on the bar. She's taking a deep breath here, getting locked in with her beautiful sparkly belt on. I want to see what she has in her hair. Keep pulling, Jessica. Keep pulling, Jessica. She's trying hard. She's pulling hard. Almost. I don't know if she's going to get that locked out. A valiant effort, nonetheless. Keep pulling. And they're letting her fight for it. I love it. A great effort for that 456 today from Jessica. Unfortunately, a no lift. Didn't quite get it all the way locked out. She'll get that next time. That is almost there. So as we wrap up with our third attempt deadlifts, we have 3 more. Something that USAPL Powerlifting prides themselves on is drug-free sport. So that means that we have in-meet testing. And the way that we do this is after a lifter completes their third attempt deadlift, they will be alerted by a referee that they are being drug tested. And we can also do out-of-meet testing if you are on the list for out-of-meet testing. But any lifter over, I believe it's 14, can be drug tested. Nicholas coming out to another Attack on Titan song for his hype song, 220 kilos on the bar. He was waiting for that down command, 3 white lights, a good lift. He's excited. He's throwing equipment. Don't forget your belt. A good day for him today also. He's going to go 8 for 9, totaling 550 kilos
at just 67.5 kilo body weight. So he is totaling 1,200 pounds and some change at 148 pounds or less this morning. One of our last two lifters of the day, we have Logan coming out. He's another of our teen lifters. Nicholas is one of our 18 and 19-year-olds, so he definitely qualified for collegiate nationals. I can see here that he's on the University of Maryland powerlifting team. Oh, Logan making, almost quick work at that. Just got away from him at 235. Gonna go and shake our referee's hands, thank him for a job well done today. He still goes 7 for 9 with a 535 total. Absolutely crazy. 75 kilos, another of our 18 and 19-year-old lifters. We've got some strong young men today. Our last lifter of the session, he's going to try for 257.5 kilos. 257.5, that is 566 pounds. Jacob Schwartz. He settles in. He's pulling that. He's working for it. Oh, just got away from him. That's why we have a back spot there. And help getting him out of his belt just in case it's a little too tight. Great catch by our spotters and loaders. They did a wonderful job today. So thank you to our referees, thank you to our spotters and loaders, and thank you to everyone who joined me in the chat today. Sorry if I just yapped a little too much. I hope that you got some decent information out of this. If you have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat for now. I will be around for just a little bit longer, and we will see you back again at 2 o'clock for some more excellent lifting from some of these lifters here at the Virginia Winter Wrecker. Again, wrapping up the USAPL Virginia 2025 season with this Winter Wrecker, and we got some Winter Wrecker weather here in Virginia yesterday, getting some snow all across the state. So thank you again to everyone joining us today. Thank you to all the lifters, the spotters and loaders, and the referees, both on the platform and at the jury table. They did an excellent job today. Congratulations to all the lifters who put up a total today, and extra congratulations to everyone who put up a qualifying total for one of those national meets. We hope to see you at our higher level USAPL meets.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the USA Powerlifting 2025 Virginia Winter Record. We are out here at Iron Built Gym in Ashland, Virginia, getting ready to start session 2. We had session 1 this morning. It was a lot of fun. Session 2 is going to kick off here in under a minute. My name is Danielle Resnick. You may know me as at Danny Lifts Things on Instagram. I'm a national level referee, a national level athlete, and I'm also one of the state chairs currently for USA Powerlifting Virginia, along with my wonderful co-chair, Miss Gabby Morris. And I'm going to be hanging out here on the live stream with you for this session. So we're going to be talking about what we're seeing. We're going to talk about the lifts. It's going to be great. If you have any questions or you just want to chat with me in the chat, you can go ahead and use the chat box. I'll be checking for your questions. Let me know who you're rooting for today, and we'll have some fun. So here, opening up is Taja with 122.5 kilos. And that was a no lift. So that's 3 red lights with yellow infraction cards. That yellow infraction card tells you a lot about what went wrong with that lift. It also kind of doesn't tell you anything because that yellow light can mean a lot of things. Thank you. In this instance, I am guessing that Taja may have missed some of the commands, so hopefully he'll come back on his next one. And pay attention to that chief referee. Our next lifter here is Maurice Piercy, opening up at 135 kilos. I see someone says, can't wait for Claudio. We'll be cheering along with you for Claudio there. So that was a nice deep squat for Maurice. And 2-to-1, that's a good lift. He did get 1 red light with a yellow card infraction from that center judge, which, again, could mean a lot of things. We're going to talk a little bit about what the infractions are for the squat. First of all, for anybody who is new to watching powerlifting, this is a full power meet, so you will see these lifters do 3 attempts each at the squat, bench, and deadlift. We are starting with all of the squats on flight C. Then we will have all of the squats from flight D. Then we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll do all the benches. 10-minute break. Then we'll do all the deadlifts. And that's how this day is going to go. As Sawyer is taking the platform now for his opener at 155 kilos. And pushing through a little bit of a sticking point there. And the judges give him 3 white lights. So you'll notice those 3 white lights. That is because we have 3 platform referees. There is 1 chief and 1 on each side. So they get a nice, well-rounded view, different perspectives on our lifters here today. For a lift to count, you need at least 2 white lights. That's all you need, is 2 white lights. If you get 2 or 3 red lights, it's going to be a no lift. And again, those little infraction cards that will show up under those red lights will tell us a little bit about why that was a bad lift. So this is Adam here, opening up at 170 kilos. And 3 white lights for him. So in addition to our 3 platform referees at the winter record today, we also have a jury. The jury is staffed entirely by national level referees. And they're there to handle any kind of protests. So if a lifter does receive 2 white light or 2 red lights, they can go to the jury to protest the call, and the jury will review the platform officiating to see if they're going to overturn that or not. So that is not something that happens at every meet, but that is something that we have available for the lifters today. And that was Colin there with a very smooth opener, and he gets 3 white lights. As I mentioned before, we are here at Iron Built Gym in Ashland. I almost wanted to say Asheville. That's in North Carolina. In Ashland, Virginia.
So there was a session this morning. We're in session 2 today. And then there is a 3-flight session tomorrow as well. So we've got lots of lifters. There are about 90 competitors in this meet with the entire weekend. And this is Cameron coming out, 180 kilos on the bar. Gets that squat command. And let's see, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Now, I mentioned before the infraction card. So let's talk a little bit about the reasons that you might get an infraction on the squat. What are our referees looking for? So first and foremost, we are looking for those lifters to obey the commands from our chief referee. For the squat, there are 2 commands, squat and rack. If you start your descent prior to getting that squat command, or if you start to walk the bar in before you get that rack command, that's going to be a no lift. Once you set your feet in whatever position it is and you get that squat command, you cannot move your feet. You have to keep kind of that same footprint. We're also looking for our lifters to have their knees locked out at the beginning and conclusion of the lift. We are also looking for our lifters to hit depth. Now, what is the standard for depth? Depth is reached when your hip crease is below the top surface of the knee. So you do not have to go all the way down to the ground, but you do need to get that hip crease below the top surface of the knee. So that was Colin Townsend with his opener. And unfortunately for him, all 3 referees did believe that he did not get low enough, that hip crease was above the top surface of his knee. Some other things that we're looking for, obviously you have to be able to successfully complete the squat for that to be a good lift. And it also has to be one continuous motion downward and upward. If you get down to the hole and you start to come up and that bar has any downward motion after it's started to come up, that is also going to be a no lift. So those are generally the main things we're looking for with our athletes here today for their squat. As Claudio gets his squat command. And let's see what the referees say. Okay, so that is going to be a no lift for Claudio. The squat definitely looked, at least from this angle, to be low enough, at least from the front, that one left referee did believe that his hip crease was not below the top surface of the knee. And he also got yellow card infractions as well, which I believe may have been for missing one of the commands there. So again, that looked to be a pretty easy opener for him. So we will see if he's able to clean up those little technical issues there. As Eli is getting set up under the bar, 205 for his opener. That is 451.95. We'll call it 452 pounds. Pretty smooth for Eli. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for him. All right, so let's talk about second and third attempts. Now, all of our lifts are done in kilograms. If you are somebody who doesn't often work in kilograms, you can take whatever's on the bar, multiply by 2.205, and you will find out what it is in pounds. Our lifters can go up in increments of 2.5 kilograms unless they are attempting a national record. We are not going to have any national record attempts at this meet, but that's kind of the only time that you would see anything smaller than a 2.5 kilo increment for our lifters at this age. And 2-1 for Riley. You only do need 2 white lights, so that's going to be a good lift for him. If you fail a lift, you can opt to retake that lift that you missed and try to clean it up and hit it again, or you can choose to go up. So you'll see some of our lifters who may have missed their openers are going to opt to retake that to make sure they get their squat on the board. Some of them will choose to go up despite having failed. A lot of times it kind of depends on what the reason was for the failure. All right, so we've got Jack coming out here, 215 kilos on the bar. That looked to be a very easy opener for Jack, and 3 white lights for him. Now, the reason why it's so important to make sure that you're hitting at least one of these squats is because you need at least one successful attempt at each discipline to generate a total. So if you were to miss all 3 of your squats, for example, you would not generate a total. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to see some of our lifters wearing on the platform. They are required to wear a t-shirt underneath a singlet. Some of our lifters, like Samuel here, who's getting set up, will opt to wear knee sleeves or a belt. Samuel is not wearing wrist straps, but some lifters will opt to use wrist straps as well, give them a little bit of extra support on their wrist. Often, especially if they have a lower bar position. I, for example, use wrist straps. I have a lower bar position. Just gives my wrists a little bit extra support. You'll also see some of our lifters lift completely raw in just their singlet and their t-shirt. It just depends on each lifter, what they're comfortable with, what they're strongest at. And that was a good lift for Samuel. He did get 1 red light with a blue card infraction from our right judge. I am going to guess that that is because of his knees not being fully locked out. Again, I'm located actually behind the right side of the platform that you're looking at here on the stream. So I am only seeing the same angle that you guys are. We have our platform referees and the jury that are right out in front of the platform getting different angle views. So it's impossible to know for sure what they're calling, but we can give it our best guess here. And that was Thatcher, opening at 518 pounds. Now you'll notice once we get over that 500-pound mark, we will start using a 5-point spot with all 5 of our spotters. That is to ensure the safety of our lifters and make sure that we're keeping them safe. All right, and I believe this is our last opener for Flight C. This is Jared Malini. 242.5 kilos on the bar. That's 534 pounds for an opening attempt. And Jared is in our junior division, so that's 20 to 23. And 3 white lights for Jared. That was a beautiful opener from him. Next up, we're going to see Teja coming back out. He did miss that first squat. I believe that's the one that I think he may have missed on commands. He did opt to, as you can see, go up regardless of failing that 122.5. So we're going to see him come out for 130. And we're going to make sure that he has his ears open, that he's listening to those commands from our chief referee. Getting the squat command. It was very deep. And looked like that was much better from him, and the judges agree. 3 white lights for Teja. All right, so I know we have Claudio fans. We got somebody's here for Maurice. Someone's here for Colin. Who else are we here to see, guys? Let me know who your lifter is in the chat. And again, if you have any questions, go ahead and drop them in there. I'm going to be with you guys for a few hours today, so let's get friendly. Let's chat. All right, Maurice is setting up here for 137.5. That is a 2.5 kilo jump from his opener at 135. Again, that is the smallest possible jump that you can take, that 2.5 kilos. And getting that rack command. And 3 wide lights. It'll be interesting to see if he takes another 2.5 kilo jump or if he opts to take a larger jump for his third squat. So we will find out in a little bit. These lifters, once they complete their lifts, have 60 seconds to put in their next attempts. So I'm expecting to see something on the board for Maurice here in a minute. All right, this is Sawyer. So Sawyer lifts with our Teen 3 division. That's 18 to 19 years old. Hitting a little bit of a sticking point there, but he was able to fight through it. And he's rewarded with 3 white lights there. And we are loading up the bar now for Colin. Somebody in the chat is here for Colin. Naomi, I think. So Colin is taking a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, getting set up now. And that squat command. Pretty smooth. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Colin. Bar is now loaded for Adam, who is in our junior age category, 20 to 23. And Adam was just told by our chief referee to take his thumbs out of the thumb loops on his wrist wraps. The only piece of equipment that you are allowed to adjust on the platform is your belt. So our chief referee, Hannah, asking him to step off to adjust those wrist wraps. New squat command. And let's see. 3 white lights for Adam. Now you'll notice as soon as the bar is called loaded by our chief referee, there is a timer that starts. I'm not sure how well you can see it on the live stream, but if you go to liftingcast.com and you pull it up, you'll see that timer start running. And it is on the screen below where the lights populate there at the top. And so once the bar is called loaded, that 60-second timer will start to count down. The lifter has any time within those 60 seconds to get that squat command. So if they need to be asked to step off the platform to adjust their wrist wraps, as Cameron just was as well, or maybe they walk the bar out and their knees are not fully locked and they have to replace the bar and try again. As long as they get that squat command within that 60 seconds, they are good to go. Now that was a very fast squat from Cameron. 3 white lights for him. And our next lifter up is the other Colin. Oh, see, so Naomi, I'm not sure which Colin are you here for? Because there are 2. There's Colin Sullivan and Colin Townsend. Naomi, let me know which Colin is yours. Colin Townsend is opting to repeat that 192.5 that he missed on his opener. And he had missed that for depth the first time. That did look better to me. Okay, 2 to 1. 2 to 1, so that is going to be a good lift that time on that 192.5. The left referee did believe that he was still not quite low enough to have that hip crease below the top surface of his knee. But all you need are 2 white lights. All right, so Claudio is coming out, also retaking his opener. Claudio got 1 call for depth and then 2 calls for what I believe to be missing the command. So we'll see if he's able to clean that up. That looked pretty good to me from this angle. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Oh, I see Cheyenne in the chat. Cheyenne competed with us this morning in session 1. Hi, Cheyenne. Grandma's here for Claudio. Hi, Grandma. Again, if you guys have any questions at all about how this meet is running, what the lifters are wearing, what the infractions are, anything else, just drop them in the chat. I'm happy to chat with you guys. We're going to become real good friends over the next few hours, guys. All right, this is Riley taking a 7.5 kilo jump over his opener. That was pretty fast. And he gets 3 white lights from the judges. Our next lifter is going to be Eli, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. One of the University of Maryland Club barbell athletes that we have with us today. There are a bunch of them joining us. Now, I have a laptop here that I pulled up Open Powerlifting. It does look like this would be a PR already for Eli, so let's see. Wow. All right, 3 white lights for Eli. So he's already got at least 1 PR. Let's see if he can add to that on his 3rd. And we are loading up the bar now to Samuel, so we are now officially going to be, again, over that 500-pound mark, so we are going to see our 5-point spots. Make sure we're keeping our lifters on the platform nice and safe. Samuel's another lifter from the University of Maryland. He did get 1 infraction for what I believe to be a soft knee on the right side, or our right side, his left side. So let's see if he cleans that up this time. Now there was 512 pounds on that bar. It did not look like there were 500 pounds on the bar. That was an excellent squat from Samuel. 3 white lights for him. And our next lifter is Jack, taking what I believe to be the largest jump we've seen so far. This is a 20 kilo jump from 215 to 235. You'll see a variety of different strategies for attempt selection from our lifters. There are some lifters that prefer to open maybe a little bit lighter and take bigger jumps. Sometimes you can conserve energy a little bit better that way. There are other people who do prefer to take the, smaller jumps. Just kind of depends on the lifter and their coach and their coaching style and everything like that. So let's see, Jack. Wow. Very speedy second attempt from Jack. 3 white lights for him. And we'll see if he makes a similar jump to his 3rd. And the bar's now loaded for Thatcher, who is in our Teen 2 division, so that's 16 to 17. I believe that is the youngest we have in this session. USA Powerlifting, we do allow lifters as young as 8 to compete, but I believe for this meet, our youngest lifters are 16 and 17. All right, a little bit of a slowdown there in the middle on the way up for Thatcher, but still pretty smooth. 3 white lights for him. And we are loading up the bar now for Jared. This is our final 2nd attempt of Flight C, and then we'll move on to our 3rd attempts. This is a 17.5 kilo jump for Jared. I don't know if you guys can hear, but I am drinking a giant Diet Coke right now, so sorry if you could hear that. I was sitting chief this morning, so my throat's a little dry. All right, Jared getting that squat command. That was very deep, very smooth, very fast. 3 white lights for Jared. This is going to be a good squat session, guys. I can feel it. All right, so getting ready for third attempts. Someone said, is this just sleeves or are wraps permitted? So all of our lifters in this session are lifting raw, so there are no wraps permitted in our raw division. USA Powerlifting does have an equipped division, but we do not have any equipped lifters with us today. So they are just going to be wearing sleeves. And all the equipment that they're wearing on the platform has been checked. There are requirements in the rule book for everything that they're wearing, and our referees have verified that everything that's being worn meets the requirements and the standards. So that's Tasia, 132.5. I believe this is his first meet. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. He did receive 1 red light with a yellow card infraction from our chief referee. That could have been for a variety of different things. From this angle, it's hard for me to tell. I can't really see his feet very well. It could have been that his foot moved. It could have been an issue with one of the commands or something like that. But it doesn't matter because he did get 2 white lights. So Tasia is going to log 132.5 for his squat. Again, I do think this was his first meet, so he's off to a great start. Now, talking about first-time lifters, I believe Maurice Piercy is also a first-time competitor. Now, he took a 2.5 kilo jump between his first and second attempt squat. He is taking a 12.5 kilo jump between his second and third. So let's see if that pays out for him. It certainly seemed to. And 3 white lights for him. So he is 3 for 3 to start the day. Our next lifter is Sawyer. I think this is also his first meet. I'm looking all these people up on Open Powerlifting as I am, watching the stream and commentating with you guys. So I could not find a result for Sawyer, so I do think this is his first meet too. He's taking another 5 kilo jump. Yeah, squat command. And unfortunately, just a little bit too much on the day for Sawyer. So he will be credited with his second attempt of 160 kilos. And we'll see him in a little bit for bench. All right, continuing the trend of first-time lifters, this is Adam coming out for 187.5. Nice strong walkout. Oh. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much for Adam on the day. It looked like he got a little bit out of position there. You could tell the bar might have kind of started to slide around. He just leaned a little bit too far forward, and when you get out of position like that, it's often very hard to recover from that. So he'll be credited with his second attempt at 180. Now this is Colin, who is taking a 12.5 kilo jump from his second. This is also a larger jump from second to third than it was from first to second. And I believe this is also Colin's first meet. That looked like a very strong squat to me. Let's see what the judges say. They agree. 3 white lights. So I don't know how much you guys can hear of the music that's going on behind me. We've got a 3-panel video wall in front of us today. So off to the right side of those lifters for their third attempts, we're playing Lifter's Choice videos. So these are music videos, songs that the lifters have chosen to do their third attempts to. Just give them a little extra motivation, get them in the zone a little bit. So you can't see it here. I'll show you after Cameron squats. I'll show you a view where you can see what it looks like. But all right, let's see, Cameron. Wow, very fast out of the hole. That looks very strong. And the judges agree, 3 white lights. So that was a 197.5. His previous best squat in competition was 175. So that was really great competition PR for Cameron. And let me just show you guys. If you see off to the right side, you can see that's what it looks like in the venue here today at Ironville Gym in Ashland. The atmosphere is just so great. You can see our jury there right behind those judges. All right, let's see, Colin. Oh. Same thing, you just look to get a little bit out of position there. So he'll be credited with that attempt at 192.5. All right, I know we have some Claudio fans. He's coming right back. We're about to see him take the platform for 215. This is a competition PR attempt for him. And squat command, taking a big breath, sending his brace, getting down in the hole. He's fighting, he's fighting. All right, let's see. No, unfortunately, that is going to be no lift. He did get 2 red lights from the side judges with that yellow infraction card, which I believe may have been from jumping that rack command. But that was some really great fight from Claudio. That's what we love to see. He will walk away with that 200-kilo squat, and we'll see him in a little bit for bench. And Riley is now taking the platform. This is a PR attempt from Riley. And 3 white lights for him. So he is going to walk away with, I believe, a 7.5-kilo competition PR. All right. So Eli already set a competition PR in his 2nd attempt, looking to add to that for his 3rd attempt. Let's see if he can tack on another 10 kilos to what is already shaping up to be a great day for him. All right, gets that squat command. Big breath, set that brace. He's fighting. That was some great effort from Eli. And 3 white lights for that attempt. So yeah, that's a nice, solid PR. All right. Next lifter out will be Samuel. He also already PR'd his squat on his 2nd attempt. I think this is his 2nd meet. His first meet was just about 6 months ago in Ohio. So that's some great progress for about 6 months. Let's see if he can add to that PR. And nice soft walk out there. Really important to maintain control of that bar. Unfortunately, that is just a little bit too much for Samuel. He'll walk away with that 232.5, but again, that is already a PR for him, so good start to the day there. All right, next up we've got Thatcher. This is a PR attempt for him. And walking the bar out. Oh, wow. Definitely had more in the tank than that. All right, so 2-1, that's a good lift. The right side judge gave him a red card with that red color, or sorry, a red light with that red color card infraction. So that was a depth infraction on the right side, or his left side, our right side. But 2-1, that's a good lift, and Thatcher walks away with a 5 kilo PR. And getting set up on the platform now is Jack Brunner. I believe he PR'd his squat on his opening attempt. So that's some great progress from him. It looks like his last meet was in January of this year. Oh, in Pittsburgh. I used to live in Pittsburgh. Oh, wow. Great fight from Jack and 3 white lights. A lot of really great squat PRs happening today. All right, this is going to be our final squat of Flight C, and then we're going to start Flight D. This is 600 pounds on the bar. 601. 600.76 pounds. For Jared. He looks like has already PR'd his squat on his second attempt. Looks like he hasn't competed in a while. It looks like he's done one meet before, and it was back in 2023 here at the Virginia State Championship. So it's been a while, and he's here to show off what he's been able to do with all that training and that downtime. And let's see if he can get this 600-pound squat today. Oh, just a little bit too much for that 272, but he will walk away with that 260, which, as I mentioned, is already a PR for him, so. All right, so we are gonna reset the platform. We're gonna get ready for Flight D. You will notice that Flight D is going to be significantly smaller than Flight C. That's because we have 3. We have 3 lifters in Flight D that are push-pull, so they will not squat, but we will see them for bench and deadlift. And so for that reason, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 lifters in Flight D that are going to squat today. So these squats will go a little bit faster than Flight C, but the flights will even out when we get over to bench. So our first lifter out is going to be Sam Zimmerman, opening up with 30 kilograms. Now Sam is with our men's raw Empower ID division. The Empower ID division is for our athletes with intellectual disabilities. We are super proud to be able to welcome them to all of our platforms. And there's a great team of folks here in Virginia that we frequently see at our meets. So I'm excited to see these lifters back on the platform today to see what they've got. So unfortunately for Sam, that is going to be a no lift. In general, his squat did look pretty good, but he did unfortunately miss the squat and rack commands. So that will be a no lift for Sam, but hopefully he can clean that up and come back and get it on his second attempt. Because like I said, the rest of his squat looked pretty good. All right, our next lifter is also from our Empower ID division. This is Sean Kimball, opening with 62.5 kilos. And the bar is now loaded for him, so his 60-second timer will begin. Sean is just a really nice person. You know, you see him around the venue. He'll say hi to everyone. I always look forward to getting to see him lift. And that looked like a pretty solid squat. Let's see what the judges say. We wait for those lights. 3 white lights for Sean. Good lift. Our next lifter out is going to be Colin. He is opening at 70 kilos, 154 pounds and some change. That was a pretty deep squat from Colin. Fortunately, I do think, yeah, the judges agree with me. He did unfortunately miss that squat command. He did wait for that rack command, but again, there are 2 commands that you have to listen to. You cannot start your descent until the chief referee has given that squat command, and you cannot begin to walk the bar back in or put it in a rack until you get that rack command. So we are getting the platform ready now for Matthew, opening with 72.5 kilos. And Matthew walking out that bar. Eyes laser focused on our chief referee there. And let's see. 3 white lights for Matthew. All right, our next lifter opening is going to be Josh. Josh is our first Masters athlete that we're seeing this afternoon. We did have some Masters athletes this morning, and I believe we've got some more tomorrow as well. Josh is with our Masters 2A division. That's 50 to 54 years old. Our Masters division starts at age 40. Our Masters can also choose to compete in the Open division, or they can choose to compete in Masters, or they can choose to compete in both, whatever they want. I have seen Josh compete with us before, and he always does that nice little like hand heart. I'm not sure if that's someone in the audience that he's doing that for or someone on the live stream, but... And that looked to be a pretty easy opener for him. 3 white lights. If you're here for Josh and you know who the little hand heart is for, please let me know. I'm really curious. If he's got, you know, family in the audience or somebody watching on the stream. All right, loading up the bar now. 207.5 for Shreyas, who's one of our juniors. Again, that's 20 to 23 age division. Okay, that flew for Shreyas. Unfortunately, there were 2 red lights with that blue color card. I didn't see any downward motion of the bar there, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that the chief and right side referee did not believe that his knees were locked at the conclusion of the lift. Again, I don't know for sure. I'm not sitting with the jury table, so I can't give you definitively, but if I had to guess, that's what it would be. That blue card infraction is going to be either for downward motion or those unlocked knees, and I didn't notice any downward motion there, so process of elimination, I'm going to guess it was his knees. All right, our final opener for Flight D, this is Benjamin, 215 on the bar. This is just about, we'll call it 474 pounds. Looking very strong. And 3 white lights for Benjamin. All right, so we're back to the top of the order. We are stripping the bar, and we're going to load up 30 kilos so Sam can come out and retake that opener that he missed and make sure that he is listening carefully for those commands. Again, those commands are squat and rack. The audible command of our chief referee saying squat and rack is also accompanied by a pretty, dramatic, I would say, hand motion, down for squat and back for rack. So you have kind of an audio and a visual cue for those commands. So Sam has about 20 seconds to get that squat command, so he's entering the platform there. Getting under the bar. And he is repping that weight. Very strong, Sam. Unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift again for the same reason, that squat command. But I'm very glad to see that Sam is feeling and looking super strong today. And our next lifter up is going to be Sean. We're just waiting for the chief referee to clear those lights. There we go. And the bar is now loaded for Sean, who's taking a 2.5 kilo jump. He opened with that 62.5, and this is 65. Sean is also looking very strong today, so he did get one red light with a blue card infraction, which I'm going to go ahead and guess was for an unlocked knee at the end there. That's from our left side platform judge, but it doesn't matter because he did get 2 white lights, so that will be a good lift for him. And Colin is coming out now to attempt 72.5. He did miss that 70. He missed that squat command. But otherwise, he looked pretty strong. So we'll see if he can just wait for those commands. Excellent depth for Colin today, I have to say. Unfortunately, that is also going to be a no lift. That was also a jump of that squat command. So when we see him come out for his third attempt, we're just going to be looking for him to wait for that squat command from our chief referee, Hannah. All right, the bar is now loaded for Matthew. 75 kilos on the bar. And all of our Empower ID athletes today, I believe, are coached by Matthew's father, Bill, who has also competed with us in Virginia. So powerlifting runs in the family. That'll be 3 white lights for Matthew. All right, Josh is now taking a 12.5 kilo jump for his second attempt. 167.5. He's getting awfully close to that 400-pound mark. Seeing him with his trademark little hand heart there. Again, I really want to know who he's signaling to. We love to see people giving our lifter support. All right, so that looked very similar to his opener for me. That extra 12.5 kilos did not seem to slow him down at all. Josh is also a high bar squatter, which we haven't seen a lot of that today. He's got that bar position that's very high up on his back. And he'll stay a little bit more upright with that bar positioning. Some of our lifters will place the bar a little bit lower on their back. I believe Shreyas is a lower bar position. You'll see here. Yep. You'll see that bar is probably sitting, I don't know, maybe like 3 inches lower than Josh's bar position. So Shreyas, again, did receive those lights for what I thought were his knees on his opener attempt. Let's see. Okay, no issue there. 3 white lights. And that 220 did look awfully easy for him. All right, so we are now loading up 227.5 for Benjamin. We have crossed over that 500-pound mark. This is just under 502 pounds. Our chief referee is taking the time, giving their squat command. Didn't seem to bother Benjamin one bit. So we are waiting and that it will be 2-to-1 a good lift. The right side judge believed that he did not get low enough. That hip crease was not below the top surface of the knee. But again, 2-to-1, good lift. Oh, okay. So little intermission here. Saber is telling someone that their car is about to get towed. I had to listen to make sure it wasn't mine. It is not. The gas company is here, and they need the gas company's here, and they need to get to wherever someone's car is. Anyway, as I was gonna say, we have 3 platform judges, right? And we're waiting for at least 2 of those platform judges to believe that the lifter is in the proper starting position to give them that squat command. So that's why when Benjamin squatted, it had to take a minute for him to get that squat command. We were waiting for either both side referees or one side referee and the head judge or all 3 referees to believe that he was in the proper starting position with those knees locked before he got that squat. All right, this is the start of our 3rd attempt. Sam is coming back out to attempt that 30 kilos again. We need him to listen really carefully to those commands. All right, let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift again for Sam for that same reason. Those pesky commands. So Sam will not register a successful squat, so he will not end up with a total. But he can, and I believe he will, still stay and finish out the meet, get some benches in, get some deadlifts in. So we'll see him again in a little bit as we welcome Sean to the platform to attempt 70 kilos. And that's a good lift for Sean. All right, next up is Colin. Colin is in the same position that Sam was in, having missed his 2 previous attempts on commands. So he's coming out for an attempt at 75 kilos. He listened to that rack command. It was just that pesky squat command that got him the last 2 times. That looks much better to me. And the judges agree. So 3 white lights. Colin will walk away with a 75-kilo squat today. Bar is now loaded for Matthew, coming out for his 3rd attempt today, which will be 80 kilos. All right. And that squat command. Man, it kind of looks like there's nothing on the bar. All right, that'll be a good lift for Matthew. The left judge. The left judge believed that he did not get low enough. Sorry, you might hear Saber trying to troubleshoot some tech. But anyway, Matthew is currently 3 for 3 on squats. All right. Josh Green coming out for his 3rd attempt. Looks like he PR'd already. Looks like his 2nd attempt was a 2.5 kilo PR, so he's looking to add to that right now on his 3rd. Wow. I'm going to be honest, I think all 3 of Josh's squats looked exactly the same to me today. That means he's got a lot more in the tank. That was, I believe, a 7.5 kilo squat PR for him. All right. So this is Shreyas. 512 pounds on the bar. Looking pretty solid. Let's see. 3 white lights. So that will be a pretty sizable squat PR for him as well, I believe. That was a really great example of, he came out, missed that opener, could have gotten really rattled, stayed really mentally focused and in it, and came back, made his 2nd, made his 3rd, got a big PR. That's just some mental fortitude that we love to see. All right, this is Benjamin. Setting up. I believe this is a big squat PR for him as well. Actually, I'm pretty sure he PR'd on his opener. Let's see. All right. Just a little bit too much for Benjamin today. But again, 2 for 3 is not bad. He got a big PR out of it. And that was actually our final squat for session 2. So our spotters and loaders are going to strip the bar, get everything set up for bench, and then our jury is going to start a 10-minute timer, and then we'll come back and we'll start flight C benches. So I'm going to go take a little break. I think you guys should run to the bathroom, get a snack, get your own nice crispy Diet Coke like I have in front of me, and I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. All right, everyone. We're back. We are getting ready to start session 2 benches. Let me see.
Check.
All right. So as I mentioned a second ago, we are back. We are getting ready to start second session benches. This is Flight C opening attempts. My name is Danielle Resnick at Danny Lifts Things. I'm also one of the state chairs for USA Powerlifting Virginia, and I am hanging out with you guys on the live stream this afternoon. We just saw Maurice with a very easy looking opening attempt bench at 60 kilos. Now, let's talk a little bit about the bench press. So similar to squat, they're going to have 3 attempts. The highest successful attempt will count towards their total. There are 3 judges. They need to get at least 2 white lights from those judges for the attempt to count. There are 3 commands for the bench. There is start, press, and rack. We are looking for those lifters to obey those commands. We are looking for 3 points of contact: their shoulders, their hips, and their feet, which must maintain contact with either the floor or the bench, depending on what body part it is. We are looking for their arms to be straight at the beginning and conclusion of the lift. We are also looking for continuous upward motion of the bar once they start the press. If that bar starts to come down at all, that's going to be no lift. But that's it for the bench. So that was Taja there with an opener at 90 kilos. He got 3 white lights. Also with 90 kilos, we have Adam. And that's start command, the press, and rack. So you'll notice that Adam had a pretty light touch on his bench there. The light touch is advantageous for our lifters because it enables them to get that bar motionless on their chest sooner, so they will get a faster press command. Some of our lifters will be a little bit heavier on the touch, which is totally fine too. They're just going to have a longer hold before they get that press command because that it's going to take that bar a little bit more time to get motionless on the chest. You will see a variety of different styles of benching. Some people like to have their feet kind of narrow. Some people, like Sawyer, like to have them out pretty wide. And Sawyer is fighting through this opener. All right. So unfortunately, that one is going to be a no lift. He did miss at least one of the commands. And it looked like his elbow was not fully locked out either. Well, I'm not sure. So that blue card infraction that he received could have been from his elbows. It also could have been from downward motion of the bar. I don't have like a replay in front of me, so I don't know if there was any downward motion, but those are the things that the judges could have been calling there. Anyway, as I mentioned, so you'll see Eli, his feet are a little bit closer. You also see a variety of different grip widths. As long as those index fingers are covering the rings, the outside rings on that bar, they can be that wide or narrower than that, but that's as wide as they can be. And that looked like a pretty easy attempt for Eli. Our next bencher out will be Claudio. We are going up to 115 kilos. You'll see again a variety of different types of equipment that people will use for the bench as well. Some people like to wear a belt to bench. Some people wear wrist wraps. You see Claudio there has wrist wraps on. I've even occasionally seen people bench in knee sleeves. It's not something that you see a lot. It's not very common, but I have seen it before. And Claudio there, you'll see, is getting a lift off from one of our spotters and loaders. A very fast press command. And that rack. So the lifters can either do a self handoff or get a lift off from our designated hander offer person, who is one of our spotters and loaders. They may not use anyone but the designated staff, so they can't like have their coach, for example, give them the handoff. It has to be our designated person. Or they can do a self handoff. It really just depends on the lifter and, you know, how they train and how they're comfortable. Personally, I am a self handoff girly. I find that I get more consistency because I don't have to rely on somebody else handing me the bar. But some people do like a handoff. All right, that looked like a pretty strong press from Colin. 3 white lights. You notice that Colin is one of those lifters. I mentioned a minute ago that some people like to wear their belt during the bench. It can help you get a little bit more intra-abdominal pressure. And also generally just full body pressure. I think people underestimate the bench sometimes. It's just an upper body exercise, but really to be the strongest and most stable position that you can be in, you do need to rely pretty heavily on your legs there. All right, Cameron getting that press command. His opener at 120. 3 white lights. Again, guys, if you have any questions or you just want to chat, let me know who you are watching for, who we're rooting for. I would love to cheer on your lifters with you. I was sitting in that chief referee chair all morning, and in that position, like, you have to be very stoic and impartial, obviously. But now that I'm back here on the live stream, like, I want to cheer on your lifters. So let me know who we're here for. If you have any questions, if you just want to ask me how my day was. We've got a few more hours together, so we'll make it fun. All right, so Jack there is setting up. He is also wearing his belt. He is setting a nice high arch. Start command, press, and rack. And 3 white lights for Jack. Some of the lifters are going to opt for that higher arch. Some of them will have a lower arch or, you know, next to no arch at all. The arch serves a couple of purposes. It decreases your range of motion, but it also can protect your shoulders a little bit. Get some of those bigger muscle groups involved in the press. So some people like it, some people don't. I personally love my bench arch. And we're seeing Colin get set up for his bench. You'll see he has a much lower arch than Jack does. And we were holding him there to make sure he was in the proper starting position with those arms straight. And Colin is fighting his way through that opener, 127.5. That was an excellent fight after he hit that sticking point. Unfortunately, he did get 2 red lights from the judges with that yellow infraction card. That could mean a variety of different things, but I'm going to hazard a guess that his hips came up off the bench there, that he lost one of those contact points that he's required to have. And so, unfortunately, that's going to be no lift for him. But we will see if he opts to retake that or if he wants to go up anyway, and if he can clean that up and just maintain those contact points, or, you know, it could have been something else as well. I don't know. I only have the angles that you guys have. But it seems to me like that is probably a pretty good guess for what happened there. And we're now moving on to Samuel, who is also attempting 127.5 for an opener. Looks like a pretty solid press to me. Okay, the judges agree. The center judge did give a red light with that blue infraction card, so that meant that she did not believe that he was in the proper starting position because his elbows were not locked. Again, I'm able to say that relatively definitively because the 2 reasons for that blue infraction card are going to be downward motion or unlocked elbows. And I did not see any downward motion there, so I'm pretty sure that's what it was. All right, this is Riley, 130 kilos, making a move like pretty much nothing. He did get a red light with a yellow infraction card. I am gonna guess that that was either a hip coming up on that side or his foot may have lifted off the ground there on that side. As Thatcher is coming out to also attempt 130 kilos. Start command, press, and rack. That was a very easy looking opener for Thatcher, and he knows it. All right, this is our final opening attempt of Flight C. Again, we're gonna do all 3 attempts for Flight C before we move on to Flight D. So this is Jared, opening at 132.5 kilos. This is 292 pounds. I'll give you guys a little different angle there. Oop, oops. Okay. All right, very easy opener for Jared. Oh. Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll try to figure that out. All right, so we're starting our second attempt. We are getting the platform set for Maurice to come out for 65 kilos. Maurice is taking his time getting set up. Now, again, just like squats, there's a 60-second timer. As soon as the bar is called loaded, that timer will start. And the lifter has all of those 60 seconds to get that start command. So some of our lifters, like Maurice there, will take a little bit more time, make sure their setup is exactly the way they want it. Bench can be a pretty technical lift. You want to make sure that all the variables that are in your control are the way that you like them to maximize your odds of success. All right. This is Taja coming out for 95 kilos. That looks very speedy. And 3 highlights for Tasia. All right, Sawyer coming out also to attempt 95 kilos. Again, he did miss this on his opening attempt. I think he missed a command, and then I think there was also maybe some downward motion, maybe some issues with his elbows. So let's see if he can clean it up here. All right, let's see. No, unfortunately, that's going to be no lift. I do believe he might have missed a command there. I'm not sure. His hips might have come off the bench. Whatever it was, he's got one more attempt there to make it look great. So we'll see if he's able to clean it up. All right, so this is Adam setting up, taking a 10 kilo jump up to 100. Getting a very fast press command from our chief referee. And rack. And easy peasy, that's a good lift. Bars loaded for Eli, taking a 7.5 kilo jump. Wearing a nice coordinating red and black outfit. I love when lifters match and like color coordinate their entire, everything they're wearing. I love a little pop of color. Eli is getting set up, taking our handoff from our handoff giver. And that's a good lift for Eli. This is Claudio attempting 120 kilos. I know we have some Claudio fans. My Claudio people, are you guys local or are you from out of town? Let me know. He's fighting it, he's fighting it. All right. So unfortunately that's going to be a no lift for Claudio. He does have one more crack at it. Sometimes, you know, the lifters can take a minute, refocus, maybe fix something that might have been off in their positioning or something like that, their setup. So we'll see if he's able to come back and get it on his next try. As Colin sets up for 122.5. All right, 2-to-1, that's going to be a good lift for Colin. He did get a red light with that yellow card infraction, so I'm guessing that was either his foot coming up or maybe his hip coming off on the bench. All right, I see we have a Claudio fan from California. We're super glad that you're able to join us for this stream and that we're able to offer this for you so that you can cheer on your lifter from afar. All right, Cameron, 127.5. All right. Unfortunately, that's going to be no lift for Cameron. He's going to take some time, collect himself, get a little more hyped up, and we'll see if he can nail it on his third. All right, and Colin is coming out to retake that 127.5 that he missed his first time around. And let me see. Yes, I do believe he missed that because his hips came up off the bench. That looked much smoother than his first attempt. Yep, judges agree. 3 white lights for Colin. Great job to come back from that. I think it looked a lot easier that time around for him. All right, bar is loaded for Jack. Taking his time getting set up there. He's got about 15 seconds left. All right. Pretty solid. Let's see where he goes from here for his third. we see Samuel there getting set up, 135 kilos on the bar. He's fighting it. Oh, okay. All right. So no lift for Samuel, but again, this is only second attempts. He does have another try at it. And guys, I think I figured out how to change the camera angle. I tried to do that during openers, and I was doing it wrong, and it kept cutting to something else. But I do think I was successful. So instead of getting that kind of head-on look at the benches, this is a great angle for us to take a look at here because we can see like the lifter's whole body and where their contact points are. The only thing we sacrifice here is that you and I can't see their elbows as easily. It was a very speedy attempt for Riley. Unfortunately, that is no lift for him. I am not 100% sure what that was. It was probably either something with his feet or with his hips. Nothing that I could see very easily from this angle, but that's why our referees on the platform are there. They have a much better view of this than we do. All right, this is Thatcher taking a 7.5 kilo jump to his second attempt from his first. This is 303 pounds, so we are across that 300 pound mark. And Thatcher is 16 or 17 years old, so to be benching this at that age is pretty impressive. 3 weight lights for Thatcher. And now this is our final second attempt for Flight C before we start our thirds. And the bar is loaded for Jared. 142.5 kilos. It's about 315 pounds. All right, that was a very easy bench for Jared. Something that I noticed that I didn't notice on his opener, and it's only because I'm looking at both angles here. You can't see it as well on the angle I have up for you, but Jared's head did come off the bench while he was pressing. USA Powerlifting does not require the head to be in contact with the bench. They did up until a couple of years ago, and then that was a rule change. So your only required contact points are your feet have to be flat on the ground, and then your shoulders and hips have to be on the bench. But that head can come up, just like Jared's did. All right, so we are starting our third attempts. This is Maurice, 72.5 kilos. That's 159, just about 160 pounds. Maurice is having a great day so far. This is his first meet. Now, Maurice there received a replace the bar command from our head referee. Our chief referee and one of our side judges did not believe he was in the proper starting position to get that command. So they are going to have him take the bar out again, and that time he is in the proper position. And that looks to be a pretty easy third attempt. I do think Maurice has more in the tank. So he is having a great day so far. All right, our next lifter up is Sawyer. Now, Sawyer has missed his first and second attempts with red lights with yellow infraction cards. Now, I am guessing that has something to do with either his feet or his hips coming off the bench. So he's got to nail this one if he wants to post a total today. Let's all get behind him. Come on, Sawyer. Yeah, start command. Okay. All right, so he does get that rack command. Unfortunately, as you can see, now that we've switched angles, you can see this much better. But his hips did come up off the bench. And so for that reason, that's going to be a no lift for him. He will not post a successful bench today. He will not post a full power total. But we hope that he still sticks around to get some deadlifts in. I think it's Sawyer's first meet, so sometimes these are just things that you have to learn and clean up along the way. And hopefully he is having a good experience otherwise. The atmosphere here is really great. As Adam there was trying to fight through for that 102.5 bench. Unfortunately, not able to get it. He will walk away with his second attempt at 100. It's also Adam's first meet, so 100 kilos for your bench for your first meet. Not nothing to sneeze at, Taja is using a similar strategy that he did on his squats. He's taking a bigger jump from his second to third than he did from first to second. It's Taja's first meet as well. This is a 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt bench. And I'm sorry, Taja did not do this with his squats. I misread the lifting past, but that 107.5 looked to be a good call for him today. Looked to be a very comfortable attempt. 3 white lights for him. All right, Eli coming out for 122.5. And bar is loaded for him. Get himself nice and ready. Getting that start command, that press. He's fighting through. It's a little bit slow, but he's able to lock it out. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Eli. All right, so this is for my Claudio fans. Coming out for 122.5. He did miss that second bench. I believe that was a miss on strength. This is a PR attempt for him. I think his previous comp PR was 120. And okay, not able to move it today. But he will be credited with that opening attempt at 115. And Mr. Cuddle Monster is rooting for Claudio. I don't know if I want to tell him that, Mr. Cuddle Monster. That sounds a little scary. All right, bar is now loaded for Colin Townsend. 125 on the bar. This is, I believe, a PR attempt for Colin. Wow, some excellent effort from Colin. Let's see what the judges say. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. I believe his hips may have come off the bench, which is what the side referees would have called with that yellow infraction card, and then the chief referee gave him a blue color infraction card, which I believe was probably soft elbows at either the start or the conclusion of the lift. So he will walk away with his second attempt at 122.5. All right, so Cameron is retaking his second attempt that he missed at 125. Unfortunately, not able to get it there. He will be credited with his opener at 120, which is still a PR for him. All right. This is our other Colin. This is Colin Sullivan getting ready to attempt 130 kilos. And it's slow. Oh, okay. So that'll be a no lift for Colin. He will be credited with that second attempt at 127.5. You know, the bench is funny because it'll either come about halfway up and people will miss it, you know, at the midpoint there when it really becomes like a lot of tricep, or people will fail it right off the chest. Those are the two most frequent ways that people will miss their bench on strength. So, but again, Colin will still walk away with that 127.5. And this is Samuel, 135, trying to retake that second attempt. He was being held to make sure that he got those elbows locked out and those feet flat on the ground. Unfortunately, he still couldn't get it. He'll be credited with that 127.5. And our next lifter up is Jack Bruner. Bruner? I don't know. He has already PR'd his bench on his second attempt, looking to add to that here on his third.
And it's time for us to stop learning from those who would teach us to hate. On that note, I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Corey Lowry from St. Estonia, Mr. Mark Tremani, and Mr. Miles Kennedy from Alta Bridge. Shall we, gentlemen?
All right. Jack really just taking his time, making sure he's in the right starting position. And he gets a little stuck right at that spot I mentioned a second ago, that halfway up. So he will get credit for that 132.5. And our next lifter up is Riley, who is opting to go up to 140 after missing his second attempt at 137.5. Looking to match his current bench competition PR. All right, and he gets it up. Let's see what the judges say about that. 3 white lights for Riley. That's a good lift. All right, Thatcher is getting ready to come out for 145. This is a PR attempt for him for his bench. Fighting. It's a little bit slow, but pretty smooth. And 3 white lights for Thatcher. All right, so this is our final third attempt bench of flight C before we move into flight D. Jared is coming out for an attempt at 325 pounds. He has already PR'd his bench on his second attempt, so he's looking to add to that here on his third. Excellent effort from Jared. 3 white lights. That will be a successful bench for him. All right, so we are now going to get set for flight D. So starting off in flight D, we're going to see a few lifters that are lifting push-pull. So we did not see them squat, but they are going to bench and deadlift. We are just waiting for our chief referee to get back to the platform. I see. Okay. So we were getting the platform set up with blocks for our first lifter, Chris. So the lifters have the option to use blocks. Some of the lifters that are a little bit shorter or have shorter legs may opt to use blocks if they have trouble reaching the ground to be able to maintain contact between their feet and the floor. Those blocks can be up to 30 centimeters in height. So Chris is opting for these red blocks that we've got today. Hello, Sam DuPont's family from Cleveland, Ohio. Happy to have you guys here. All right, so this is Chris, 20 kilos. Very strong press, but yeah. So the judges agree with me. I thought that he had missed the start commands, and he did. So I am guessing that we're going to see him take another attempt at that on his second attempt. And we are now loading up 22.5 kilos. For our next lifter, John, who is also one of our push-pull lifters today. For our next lifter, John, who is also one of our... All right, so the bar is loaded for John now, as we see him coming out, getting set. All right, and he's taking his hand off. We're waiting for his arms to be straight. And our chief referee is just giving the replace the bar command. We will give our lifters 5 seconds to be in the proper starting position, and if they are unable to get there, they will call replace the bar. Explain to them why they're not getting the command, and give them another attempt at it. All right. Let's see what the judges do there. All right. Yes. So John unfortunately did miss that command as well. So we'll see if he gets another crack at that on his second. And okay. You can see in the background there our jury table. We've got 3 national level referees that are working that jury table, and our jury chief just returned from talking to one of our lifters. And okay, our third and final push-pull athletes. So again, these are athletes that will be, you'll see them benching, you'll see them deadlifting, but we did not see them squatting today. This is Joseph. 25 kilos. And a start command. And a press. And a rack. And 3 white lights for Joseph there. All right, our next lifter is Sam. Coming out for a 30 kilo opener. Now, Sam had some trouble with the squat commands there, so we'll see if he's a little bit better about those bench commands. Again, if you're just joining us or you've never seen powerlifting meet before, the commands are start, press, and rack. You'll get that press command when you're in the proper starting position. You will get that press command when the bar is motionless on your chest, and you'll get that rack command once you're in the proper ending position. Okay, well, that was a very easy rep from Sam. Unfortunately, he did miss those commands. So we will see if he can be a little bit more patient for a second attempt. And our next lifter out is going to be Colin. We are going to take those blocks away. And this is 50 kilos for his opener. And the start command. Very controlled on the descent. Let's see. 3 white lights for Colin. Our next lifter is going to be Sean. His opening attempt is 52.5 kilos. Okay, that was also a very strong press from Sean. Unfortunately, he did miss that start command. Our next lifter is going to be Matthew. Also opting to use the blocks. Help him maintain contact with the floor a little bit better. And we see Matthew there getting set up on the bench, taking a handoff from one of our spotters. And getting that start command, that press. Very easy press for Matthew. And 3 white lights for him. We are now loading up the bar to 115 kilos for Josh Green. This is Josh that always does the hand hearts. Or at least he does before his squat. I don't remember if he does it before his bench. This is 253 pounds. He did it. He did do the hand hearts. I love that that's kind of a signature thing of his. But again, guys, I'm so curious who he's signaling to, either in the audience or back home watching the stream. If any of you guys are in here, let me know. And it's a little bit of work for him. A little bit slow, but pretty smooth. 3 white lights for him. You know, some people's lifts just look like that. You know, some people are a little bit more controlled on the eccentric. So, you know, some people's lifts just look a little bit slower even when they're easy for them. Maybe that's the case for Josh with his bench. I don't know. That was very smooth. It was just definitely more controlled than some of the other benches we've seen so far in this flight. And our next opener is Benjamin, 145 kilos. Taking his time, getting set up. You can see from this angle that Benjamin has some chalk on his back. Our lifters will often do that to just help him maintain a little bit better grip on the bench. You don't want to be slipping and sliding around there. And that was a very easy opener for him. 3 white lights. Our final opener for the day for benches is Shreyas, who's also attempting 145 kilos. You may be asking yourself, if Ben and Shreyas attempted the same weight, how do you decide who goes first? Well, it depends on their lot number. The lot number is a number that's randomly generated for them when they register. And the lifter with the lower lot number will take the attempt first. So in this case, Benjamin has a lower lot number, so he went before Shreyas. And that flew. If you blinked, you missed it. 3 white lights for Shreyas. We'll see where he goes from there. And with that, we are back to the top of the order. We are going to get the platform set up for Chris to come back out and reattempt that 20 kilos. Again, he's got to be nice and patient, wait for those commands. We're getting the blocks set up, setting his rack height just the way he likes it. And the bar is now loaded for Chris. So for the people watching on the stream, is this anyone's first powerlifting meet? Like, have you guys watched powerlifting streams before? Let me know. I want to know if it's your first time. I want to answer any of the questions that you guys have. And Chris took that handoff. And unfortunately, that's going to be no lift for him. Again, that was a command issue. Just got to be a little bit more patient. As he exits the platform, and John is going to come back out. Bar is loaded, 22.5 kilos. John also had a little bit of an issue with the commands on that opener. Sometimes it can be hard for our lifters who either are new to the sport, which I know these lifters are not. We do have a lot of new lifters, but sometimes the lifters get just so excited to bench or do any of the lifts really that you get a little antsy. Sometimes it can be hard to wait for those commands. So that's going to be the case again with John. So that'll be no lift for him. He does have one more attempt at it. Our next lifter is Joseph, coming out for a 2.5 kilo increase off his opener. That will be 27.5 kilos, 60 pounds on the bar. And good catch for making sure the rack heights are even on both sides. And the bar is now loaded. Very strong press from Joseph. I do think I noticed something. Let's see if the judges see it. Yes. Okay. So I believe Joseph there, he waited for the start command. He waited for the press command, or for the rack command. I do think he jumped the press command. So again, there are three commands to listen for on the bench. Those are, the bench is the lift with the most commands to pay attention to. But he still has one more crack at it. We'll see if he can get it on his third, as we are seeing Sam getting set up to reattempt that opener at 30 kilos. Sam's another one of those lifters that we're looking to be nice and patient and wait for those commands. Very strong press. Let's see what the judges say. Unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift again for those commands. I do think that was closer. He was closer to getting the command. He just went, if you were to go back and rewind the stream, he did start that descent like a split second before our chief referee gave him the command. So, but he does have one more attempt. These are only second attempts. So we'll see where he goes from here. This is Sean coming out. He missed his opener, 52.5 kilos on commands. This was 55 kilos on the bar. And the judges say, unfortunately, that will also be a no lift. I believe Sean jumped that start command. All right, and the bar is now loaded to 55 kilos for Colin. Nice and controlled, very explosive press. Colin is looking very strong today on his bench. That is 3 white lights for him. Our next lifter is Matthew, and Matthew had a successful opening attempt bench. He is taking a 15 kilo jump up to his second. If any of you were here during squats, you may have heard me mention that some lifters prefer to take a little bit of a lighter opener and then bigger jumps from attempt to attempt. It can help you save a little bit of energy. So it looks like that's what Matthew's doing here on his bench. As he gets set up, gets a start command, and the press, and the rack. Let's see. Judges say 3 white lights, so that's a good lift for Matthew. We will see in about a minute if he's going to take a similar jump from second to third, or if he's going to take a little bit smaller this time around. We will see where he goes. So bar is now loaded, 120 kilos for Josh Green. We're going to see him come out, give that little hand heart. Getting set up. Gets that start command. All right, so he had a little bit of a sticking point in the middle there, and he wasn't able to overcome it. But again, this is only second attempts, so he does have another try. Again, sometimes it just takes, refocusing, getting a little bit more hyped up. Sometimes you set up and something's just off about your positioning, or, something goes wrong, you misgroove, happens all the time. So we'll see if he can fix whatever it was that may have been wrong and nail it on his third. And this is Benjamin coming out for 152.5. Our judges are holding him there, giving him that replace the bar. And he's being asked by our referees to make sure his arms are nice and straight so he's in the proper starting position to bench. It's a little bit hard to see with the angle that I have for you guys here, but I can see it on my other angle. And he does get the start command this time. And he is looking pretty strong today. 3 white lights for him on that attempt. And this is going to be our final second attempt on bench for Flight D and for the entire day. Shreyas is coming out to also attempt 152.5. He and Benjamin are in lockstep so far on these benches. Okay, well, that flew. Shreyas is having a great day. He looks very strong. And, okay. Thank you for complimenting my commentary. I think I know who that is. I'm kind of lonely over here, guys. I'm like sitting behind the video wall, so please say hi if you're watching the stream. I want to be friends, guys. All right, so this is John. This is the third attempt for Flight D. So this is our lifter's last chance to post a successful bench. So John has been unsuccessful on his first and second attempt at 22.5 kilos because of those commands. Again, we need to be nice and patient and wait for that start command. We'll see if he's able to do that. And let's see what our judges say. All right. So unfortunately, that will be no lift for John, again, because of those commands. So he will not post a successful bench. But he is lifting push-pull today, so we will see him in a little bit for some deadlifts. And our next lifter, Chris, has also had a little bit of trouble with the commands today. He is going up to 22.5. Even though he has missed those commands, his presses have looked very strong. So this is probably a good call for him. We just need him to be, again, nice and patient. As he gets set up, he's taking his hand off. All right, so I will say Chris is looking very strong today. Unfortunately, strength is not the only thing that matters. And our lifters do need to be adhering to the technical rules of performance, and that includes listening for those commands. So, but it is good to see Chris out on the platform looking strong today. And we'll see him in a little bit for some deadlifts. This is Sam getting ready to come out to retake, again, that 30 kilos. Again, the biggest thing I would say to any of these lifters today is to be nice and patient. Listen to those commands. Sometimes you get too excited. Your adrenaline gets the best of you. And you forget some of the things that you train with. So sometimes it's good to just kind of slow down, take a beat, be a little more calm. At least for me, anyway. Some lifters like to go all out and get super hype, and I'm just not like that, guys. All right. Sam, again, also looking very strong. It is great to see some of these lifters out competing with us again today. But unfortunately, because of that command issue, Sam will not post a successful bench. And we will see him in a little bit for some deadlifts as we welcome Joseph back out onto the platform for an attempt at 32.5. And let me see. He did miss that second attempt on, I believe that was the press command that he missed. So he waited for that start, he waited for the rack, but the press got the best of him. So let's see. Okay, that looked much better. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Joseph. All right, so the bar is now loaded up to 65 kilos for Sean. I think Sean was also having some trouble with the commands today. Again, the word of the day is patience. Unfortunately, that's going to be no lift for Sean again on those commands. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but, you know, I see some of these lifters time and time again, and I'm just happy to see them continuing to come out and compete with us. Really happy to see everybody having a good time and, you know, looking really strong and enjoying the process, you know, all of the training that you put in, the experience of being here on the platform. You know, we want people to enjoy it. We want you to like the sport, you know? All right, this is Colin, 80 kilos on the bar. That was a pretty big jump from second to third. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for him. I do think he jumped that press command. He will be credited with his second attempt at 55 kilos. And we're now getting set up to welcome Matthew back to the platform. Bar is loaded to 95 kilos for him. This would match his competition PR if successful. Great fight from Matthew. He got a little bit stuck there. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to push that through. But he will be credited with that second attempt at 80 kilos. All right, bar is now loaded for Josh Green. He's going to come out. He's going to give that signature hand heart right there. And he did miss this one on strength about halfway up. Let's see if he's able to make some small tweaks. All right. So that unfortunately is going to be no lift for Josh. He did miss the press command that time, in addition to not being able to complete that bench. He will be credited with his opener at 115, which matches his existing competition PR. So that's still, you know, it's not bad. When you come out and, you know, maybe the variables are what they are, maybe you're a little tired, maybe you, like Josh, hit a big squat PR and, you know, you're a little bit tired or you need to save some energy for those deadlifts, matching your comp PR is not bad. So we're seeing Benjamin get set up now for 157.5. That's 347 pounds. Oh, wow. Great bench from Ben. Benjamin? I don't know if he goes by Ben. We're going to call him Ben. So he is 3 for 3 on benches. And, okay, the little twinning moment between Benjamin and Shreyas is over. They took the same 2 attempts for first and second attempt. Shreyas is now going slightly up to 160. Shreyas, I believe, has already PR'd his bench on his second attempt. Looking to add to that. Holy cow. Okay. That was a great bench from Shreyas. New PR. Had a great bench day. He went 3 for 3 during the bench session. And now you guys, our spotters and loaders, are going to break down the platform, get it ready for deadlift. Once it's ready for deadlift, our jury is going to start that timer. We're going to take a quick break, and then I'll be right back with you guys for deadlift. I recommend while I'm gone, you guys get a snack, maybe fill up your Diet Coke, or whatever it is you're drinking. I hope it's a nice crispy Diet Coke. And I will see you guys in about 10 minutes. All right, guys. We are back. Getting ready to start. Ooh, sorry. Probably need to change the camera angle back. There we go. We are back. This is the start of deadlifts for session 2. This is flight C. We just saw Tasia opening with 127.5. I think, is that Josh himself saying Josh Green's heart signs are for his 2 kids watching at home? I wonder if that is Josh himself looking at the live stream. But thank you for telling me. I always notice that, and I was wondering who that was for. That is adorable. Hello, Josh's 2 kids watching at home. We will see Josh in a little bit when he comes out to deadlift. All right, this is Maurice getting ready to pull 162.5. So let's talk a little bit about the deadlift. The deadlift has the fewest commands of everything. So squat, there's 2 commands. Bench, there's 3 commands. Deadlifts, there's only 1 command. It is down. So the lifters will have, in this case, 60 seconds to enter the platform and initiate a bona fide attempt at the pull before that clock hits 0. And once they are fully locked out, they're standing up straight. Their knees are locked. Their shoulders are down and back. Then the bar is motionless at the top there. They will get that down command from our chief referee. Some things we're looking for on the deadlift. We're looking for those knees to be fully locked out at the top. We're looking for those shoulders to be back and down. We are looking for that bar to come up smoothly. Well, it doesn't have to be smooth. In one, in one direction, which is up. It can stop. It can come up unevenly. Sometimes you'll see one side come up before the other. That's fine as long as the center mass of the bar does not go down. If we see any downward motion, that's going to be a no lift. We are looking for the lifters to keep those feet in the original footprint that they're in when they start the pull. So if their feet are moving or they take a step forward, backwards, sideways, whatever, that'll be a no lift. We are also looking for those lifters to pull that bar up without supporting the bar on their thighs. We are also looking for our lifters to allow gravity to take the bar back to the floor, meaning they cannot slam the bar down to the ground. They have to maintain control of the bar. Their hands have to be on that bar all the way to the floor. They can't drop it. And that's it for the deadlift. So it's pretty easy. That was Sawyer there with his opener at 202.5. He did get a red light with a red color infraction card from our right side judge. That was for either his shoulder or his knees not being fully locked out at the conclusion of the lift. But 2-1, that will be a good lift for him. And I have been asked on the break while I was drinking my Diet Coke and taking a little walk, getting my cardio, my steps in, the jury says hi to everyone here in the chat and watching the stream. The jury says hello. All right, that was Adam with a successful opener at 205. This is Thatcher coming out for 210. Some things that you'll notice additionally attire-wise with our lifters, like Thatcher here, is that the lifters are not required to wear their t-shirt under their singlet for the deadlift. They are required to wear long socks that cover their shins. That's to protect them, to protect the bar, to protect other lifters, because that bar can scrape against your shins and make you bleed. That was a very speedy opener from Thatcher. Some of our lifters will opt to wear, well, most of our lifters will opt to wear a belt for their deadlift. You will also see some white substances all over our lifters on various parts of their bodies. On their hands, the lifters are using chalk. That's to help them maintain a good grip on the bar. You may also see some white powdery stuff on the front of their legs. That is baby powder. That will help the bar not get stuck on their legs, especially if they have a bigger leg. Like sometimes the bar gets stuck on my thighs, for example. That baby powder just helps you get the bar up so it doesn't get stuck on your body. You will also notice a variety of different grip styles and foot widths. For our lifters, Claudio is setting up right now for a 210 opener in a conventional stance where his feet will be inside of where his hands are. Some of our other lifters with a wider foot position where their feet are outside of their hands will be pulling sumo. You can see Claudio here has a mixed grip where one hand is overhand, one hand is underhand. Some of our lifters will do like a double overhand with what's called a hook grip to help them have a more secure grip on the bar. Again, all depends on the lifter, your anatomy, how long your femurs are, how long your arms are, whether you have, really strong hips. Just depends on your leverages and how you feel strongest. All right, so Samuel is coming out for an attempt at 225. Pretty speedy for Samuel. That is just how you want an opener to look. So the chief referee did give him a red light with that red color infraction card. That is for, she believed that he was not fully locked out, either the shoulders or the knees there. Because I am behind the platform, I can't really tell you exactly what it was, but probably one of those two things. And Jack is coming out for an attempt at the same weight, 225. You'll see he's setting up with that sumo stance with that double overhand hook grip. Very fast off the floor. 3 white lights. And we're about to see Riley come out for 235 kilos. This is 518 pounds for opening attempts here. So we've got some pretty strong deadlifts today. Also a very speedy pull. That's exactly what you want to see from your openers. You want them to look easy. You want them to be something you could do in your sleep, that you could do for, 3 maybe reps if you had to. You want it to be predictable. You want to build some confidence coming out with those openers before you really start to push for some of those heavier weights. And Cameron is coming out, setting up 240. This is 529 pounds. I will just remind you that Cameron is a teen too, so he's in the 16-17 age category. I don't know what you were doing at that age, but odds are it was not lifting 530 pounds off the floor. So I always think that's pretty impressive from some of our teen lifters and even our youth lifters, really. And Jared is on the platform now. This is 242.5 kilos on the bar. And Jared, in contrast to some of our other lifters, I'll just point it out again, he had a conventional stance with that mixed grip. All right, our final opener for Flight C is Eli. 260 kilos on the bar, 573 pounds. So I do believe we're going to see a 600-pound pull out of him today. Is also very speedy. Again, that's what we want to see. We want to see easy lifts for our openers because that means that we have somewhere to go. Like it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You don't just have, your opener. You have to save some in the tank for your seconds and thirds. Also, by this point in the day, the lifters have been competing since 2 p.m. So they've expended a lot of energy. They might be a little tired. And you want to make sure that you're just maximizing your odds of success. And this is going to kick off our second attempts for Flight C. Tasia coming out, 132.5 kilos on the bar. All right. 3 white lights for Tasia, and he's doing that beltless. A lot of our lifters will wear a belt because it gives you something to brace against, and it can make it a little bit easier for you to generate intra-abdominal pressure and just pressure throughout your entire body. That helps you move the bar. It's pretty impressive whenever you see somebody who's able to compete beltless. And this is Maurice, 175 keys on the bar. Getting that down command and 3 white lights. All right, Colin is coming out for 180. This is a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. And gets that down command. Just waiting on those lights. 3 white lights. There it is. Bars loaded now for Sawyer. Now, unfortunately, Sawyer was not able to post a successful bench today, but I'm really happy to see him out here deadlifting anyway, getting that experience, getting some reps in with our judges here. That was some excellent fight for him to get that bar up, and he's rewarded there with 3 white lights. Next up, we'll see Thatcher. We are getting the bar loaded to 20. And bar is now loaded for him. He'll have a minute to get on the platform and make that pull. Okay, that was so fast. That was so fast. He's having a great day so far. He looks great. Our next couple of lifters are also attempting 220. First up, we're going to see, or next up, I guess, we're going to see Colin T. I remember, I have to say which Colin it is because we have so many Collins. This is Colin Townsend. We already saw our other Colin from this flight, Colin Sullivan, earlier, and then there's a Colin in Flight D as well. All right, let's see what the judges say there for Colin. 3 white lights. I thought that I saw something. I thought maybe he had a little bit of downward motion at the top there after he had locked out. But our referees disagree. They gave him 3 white lights, and that's why they're on the platform and I'm in the back. I can't see anything, and they have the best seats in the house. All right, this is Claudio, who is our third and final person to take their second attempt deadlift at 220. Excellent pull from Claudio. 3 white lights for him. Ooh, okay, let's see. We have Kathleen Townsend here for Colin Townsend. Kathleen, how are you related to Colin? You guys have the same last name. Let me know. And guys, I have to tell you, I'm very sad that you're not using the chat more. I'm lonely. I'm sitting behind the platform. I want to talk to you guys. All right. And Adam took a 20-kilo jump from his first attempt to his second. Definitely paid off for him. 3 white lights. Let's see where he goes from there. If he opts to take that same jump to his third, or if he's going to make a little bit of a smaller jump. We'll find out in about a minute. And we're just waiting for those referees to clear the lights and get us ready for our next lifter. There we go. It'll be Sam. Sam, whose family is rooting for him from Cleveland, Ohio. He's coming out for a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. All right. 3 white lights for Sam. All right. Bar is going up now to 245 kilos for a couple of attempts. First up, we have Riley. Taking his time, getting set up. Okay, that was so fast, you guys. Riley is looking so strong right now. Oh, hello. Okay. Colin's Aunt Corey and Aunt Amy. Okay, I see. Well, happy to have you guys here. Welcome to my stream. Where are you guys watching from, Aunt Corey and Aunt Amy? Let me know. Okay, this is Jack, who is our next up to attempt 245. Okay, that was also so fast. These deadlifts are super strong today, you guys. All right. 255 on the bar now for our 16 to 17-year-old lifter, Cameron. 562 pounds. Someone said, "Sweetie, you're doing a good job." I don't know if that was meant for me, but I'm going to think that it is. Thank you. If it's not meant for me, don't tell me. All right. Another really solid attempt from Cameron. He looks excited. Let's see what he's got planned for his third attempt. And the bar is now at 260 for Jared. Now again, Jared is a conventional stance mixed grip lifter, a lifter after my own heart. That is also how I deadlift. One stance and one type of grip is not necessarily better than the other. Again, it depends on the individual lifter, how they're strongest, what their leverages are. And our final second attempt of this flight is going to be Eli. A 15 kilo jump up to 275. I think I said on his opener that I thought we were going to see a 600-pound pull out of him today, and we are. This is 606 pounds for a college student from the University of Maryland. You can see him just stretching out there. Stretching out the hamstrings, taking advantage of that full 60-second clock that he's got to make sure that he is ready for this pull. All right. That was a pretty good looking attempt. 3 white lights. I'm hoping that the stretching out of the hamstrings is just part of his normal routine and that he's not feeling, you know, a little crampy or anything like that. Hopefully he's in prime condition for a nice big 3rd attempt deadlift. Okay, MGG says it is for me. Thank you. I appreciate you. I am having fun sitting in the back corner, tucked away in the venue, talking to myself on a microphone. It is pretty fun for me. I was sitting chief referee for the entire morning session, so this is fun. I don't have to yell anymore. All right, this is Taja coming out for his final attempt, 140 kilos, gets it up. 3 white lights for Taja. He is one of our lifters. This is his first meet. He has gone 8 for 9 on the day. For your first meet, guys, 8 for 9 is pretty good. It's hard sometimes for people to start competing. You know, you have to get used to all the technical rules of performance, what squat depth is. Even having to listen to commands can be hard for people their first time out. So hats off to Taja for a great first performance. Hopefully we'll see him at many more meets to come. As Maurice gets ready to pull 185, breaking the 400-pound mark today. This is 407.85. And you would think that that was 40 pounds, not 400 on the bar. This was, I think, also Maurice's first meet, and he actually went 9 for 9. So again, that's very impressive for our lifters to come out on their first day and to have a great performance like that. And obviously, you know, guys, I just hope at the end of the day that everyone has fun. All right, Colin getting ready to pull 187.5, 413 pounds. And he stands up with it, gets the down command. Just waiting for those 3 white lights. That was also his first meet. He went 7 for 9. Not a bad day. This is also one of our first-time lifters. This is Sawyer getting ready to pull him out for 215 kilos. This is 474 pounds. If you know Sawyer, please tell him his hair looks great today. He gets it up to his knees. Let's see, can he lock it out? Oh. He fought for it. He really fought for it. It just wasn't there for him today. So again, Sawyer will not post a total, and that is because he did not register a successful bench with us. But hats off to him for sticking out the rest of the meet, getting all his attempts in, getting the experience, getting the exposure, and hopefully we'll see him out in another meet sometime soon. Our next lifter is going to be Thatcher, coming out for 230. This will be a PR attempt for his deadlift. And he wants the crowd to get into it, guys. He's asking for the support. It is a pretty full house out here. That was very smooth for Thatcher. Let's see. 2-1, that's a good lift. Our right side judge did not believe he was fully locked out. But Thatcher just went 9 for 9, and that is a 10 kilo total PR for him. So excellent performance from Thatcher. Aunt Corey and Aunt Amy are out shopping at the Delaware outlets. I love the Delaware outlets. I hope you're buying something fun. Or maybe Christmas presents. super glad that even while you're, out having a shopping day, that you're able to pull up the stream to cheer for Colin. All right. Claudio is also attempting 230. Very smooth pull. Let's see. 2-1. That's a good lift. Okay. Our head judge gave him a red light with a yellow color infraction card. I believe that was for forcefully returning the bar to the floor. But he did have 2 white lights from the side judges, so that will be a good lift for him. And that was also a PR for Claudio for his 3rd attempt deadlift. And, okay, Aunt Amy and Aunt Corey. Now's the time. This is Colin. 232.5 on the bar. 513 pounds. If successful, he will at least temporarily move from 3rd place to 2nd place in his weight class. All right. Unfortunately, he was not able to get it too far off the floor. A lot of times you'll see if a lifter is pulling conventional, they will get stuck at around like the shins. Our sumo pullers, we often would expect them to fail a little closer to lockout just because of the nature of how they're pulling. But Colin did have a decent day. He will be credited with that 220 second attempt. And I think that was Colin's first meet. So, even posting a total is a big deal. As we're seeing Adam now fight to the top, 240 kilos. Looks pretty easy. Let's see. 3 white lights for Adam. I think Adam is also one of our first-time lifters here today. All right, here comes Sam. It looks like he already PR'd his deadlift on his 2nd attempt, looking to add to that on his 3rd, which was also the case on his squat. He PR'd his squat, I think, on his 2nd attempt also. So this is 551 pounds for Sam. And he gets it up past his knees. Let's see, can he lock it out? No, just wasn't able to get those hips through. So he will be credited with that 237.5. Let's see. He did post a 20 kilo total PR. So that's pretty impressive. That's great work from Sam. All right, Riley is coming out next, 255. Looking to PR his deadlift on this attempt. And he wants the crowd to get behind him. He needs it. He wants the support. Let's see. Gets it off the floor. And wow. Okay. Three white lights for Riley. He also posted a pretty big total PR today. Happy to see that from him. Now, another one of our first-time lifters, Jack, coming out for 257.5. Three highlights for Jack. All right. Sorry, guys, I keep saying that. Cameron, 265 kilos, third attempt. His previous competition best deadlift was 207.5, and that was earlier this year. So that's some pretty crazy progress. Just on his opener alone, that's a massive PR. That was pretty fast. Let's see. Just waiting on those lights. 3 white lights for Cameron. So he will finish with a 582.5 total today. His previous total PR was 495. So that is almost 100 kilo total PR. Having gone 7 for 9 today for that big of a PR is absolutely massive. So can't wait to see what he does the next time he's on our platform. This is, it looks like only his 3rd meet. So he's making some pretty crazy progress. Yeah, his last meet was in February. All right, Jared, 275 on the bar, 606 pounds. He has already PR'd his deadlift on his 2nd attempt. Looking to add to that for his 3rd. Let's see if he can lock it out. That was so much faster than 600 pounds should ever move. 3 white lights. Another big day of PRs for Jared. That's 682.5 kilo total. That is just about a 50 kilo total PR for him from his last USAPL meet in 2023. So a lot of our lifters having really great days today. We love to see that. So our last deadlift of Flight C, this is Eli DeLuca. I think this is his first. No, this is not his first meet. I'm like doing research as we speak. No, this is not his first meet. He's competed with USAPL for a number of years. Most recently at Collegiate Nationals in April. This would be, so he already PR'd his deadlift on his 2nd attempt. This again would just add to that. Very fast off the floor. Let's see if he can lock it out. He's trying. He's fighting. He's holding. Oh, okay. That was an excellent fight from Eli. So he will walk away with a 625 total. His previous best total, which is from April, is 607.5. So that's a lot of progress to make in a short amount of time. So we'll see what he does the next time he comes out. So that was the end of Flight C, everyone. If you were here for a Flight C lifter, I won't be too offended. I'll try not to be too upset if you drop off the stream now. If you do stick around for the stream, you will be able to see awards in a little bit, if you care about watching that. We're getting ready now for Flight D. Opening up, we'll see Sam attempting 35 kilos. If watching this stream is making you really want to compete, or you want to try out the atmosphere, we've got a number of meets coming up for next year in 2026 here in Virginia. We've got, I want to say it's 12 opportunities to compete locally in Virginia, all over the state. Very easy pull from Sam. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Sam. We host meets all over the place. We are here today at Iron Built Gym in Ashland, Virginia. We do host a number of meets here throughout the year. We also have meets in Fredericksburg, Newport News, Manassas, Christiansburg. That's the one I forgot. So we're kind of all over the state. We've got a number of different types of experiences for you. Big lifts or big meets like this one, smaller meets. We're even hosting an outdoor meet. That's our meet in Manassas next year. It'll be at the end of May. Outside, weather permitting. We've got some cash meets. So whatever kind of experience you want, we've got it for you. Whether you're an experienced lifter or you're a novice.
We've got something for everyone. All right, this is Joseph attempting 42.5 kilos. Getting the bar up. Very easy pull for him. Puts it back down. 3 white lights. Good lift for Joseph. Taking the same weight is going to be Chris. Taking his time coming out to the platform. Also a very easy pull. That 2-to-1, that's going to be a no lift. So there are a number of different cards there. That red color infraction card is for not being fully locked out. The yellow can mean a variety of different things. I think in this case it might have been a miscommand or maybe a foot movement. And the bar is now loaded for John, attempting 45 kilos. That's 99 pounds, just shy of 100. Gets it up very easily. And 3 white lights. So we got a string of lifters now that are going to open up with 102.5. The first one we'll see is Sean. And the bar's loaded for him. Very strong pull from Sean. 3 white lights. Bar is now loaded for Matthew, also attempting 102.5. Very easy pull from Matthew. You see Matthew there is opting to pull with his wrist wraps on. That is allowed per the rulebook. Not something we see super commonly. Sorry guys, it's been a long day. I've been at the gym since 6:30 this morning, so I'm getting a little tired. And Colin is coming out. This is our third lifter to be opening up at 102.5. Seeing a very wide grip from Colin. That is almost like a snatch grip. It looks like it works for him. 3 white lights. And the bar is now going up to 182.5 for Josh. And we'll have a better look at his signature hand hearts from this front angle. You guys couldn't really see him because of the angle I had up for you during bench, but pretty solid opener from Josh. That was 402 pounds. 3 white lights. And Benjamin is our next lifter up, 215 on the bar for him, 474 pounds. Looks like we're going to see over 500-pound pulls from some of our lifters in this flight today.
blink and you'll miss that one. That was so fast. 3 white lights. Put some weight on the bar, man. Our final opener for Flight D, which makes it our final opener of the day. Shreyas, 217.5, 478 pounds. Okay, that was another one. Like, put some weight on the bar, man. Someone tell Shreyas. We're going to see some big pulls today, guys. And we're stripping down the bar, going back to the top of the order. We're going to see Sam taking his second attempt at 40 kilos. And the bar is now loaded for him. He's going to start making his way to the platform. And Sam stands up with it. Let's see. 3 white lights for him. Bit of an unconventional deadlift technique, but it looks like it's working for him. All right, so Chris is coming out. 45 kilos on the bar. He missed that first attempt, I think, on commands? Question mark. I think it was commands. Not 100% sure. And let's see. 3 white lights for Chris. Whatever it was, he definitely fixed it on that attempt there. And so now we're going up to 47.5. That's just about 105 pounds for Joseph. Joseph looking for some reassurance from his coaches there for a second. Stands up with it. 3 white lights. All right. Our spotters and loaders are now putting 50 kilos on the bar for John. A 5 kilo jump from his opener. In that down command. And 3 white lights for John. He's having a good deadlift session so far. 2 for 2. And 115 going on the bar now for Sean. This is a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener of 102.5. Very speedy pull from Sean. And the judge is giving 3 white lights. Now taking a 15 kilo jump up to 117.5 is Matthew. Taking his time, getting set up. Another speedy pull. 3 white lights. I'm telling you guys, we're having a good deadlift day. Bar is staying at 117.5 for Colin. Very solid looking lockout from this angle. Judges agree, 3 white lights. And also taking a 15 kilo jump, we have Josh Green, 197.5. That is over 435 pounds. A little bit slow, let's see. Kept it moving. 3 white lights. Let's see where he goes from there for his third. All right, the theme of the session right now seems to be 15 kilo jumps. Benjamin, or Ben, I don't know. Maybe he goes by Ben. Coming out to attempt 230, crossing over that 500 pound mark, 507 on the bar. Look pretty smooth. Okay, 2 to 1, that's a good lift. Our right side judge believed that he was not fully locked out either at his shoulders or his knees, but you only need 2 white lights, so that was a good attempt. And jumping up slightly to 232.5, we're gonna see Shreyas attempting 513 pounds. Let's see, that was very fast. Judges say 3 white lights. You know, sometimes when the lift is that fast, sometimes the lifters can get, I don't know if surprised is the right word. Sometimes it moves faster than you're expecting and you're not prepared for it at the top. So sometimes your knees can unlock a little bit. Sometimes you can have just a little bit of a downward motion of the bar. None of that for Shreyas though, 3 white lights. And we are starting our third attempt deadlifts. These are going to be the last deadlifts of the day. They will not, however, be the last deadlifts of the meet, as we see Sam setting up for 45 kilos. Taking his time, making sure he gets set up just the way he wants. Stands up, gets it down. 2 to 1, that'll be a good lift. The left side judge believed he was not fully locked out, but the other 2 judges did, so that will be a good lift for him. Next up, we're going to see Chris coming back out. He's going to attempt 47.5 kilos. Pretty smooth. Let's see. 2 to 1, that'll be a good lift. So the right side judge did give him a red light with that yellow infraction card. I believe believe I saw maybe jumping the down command. But again, that yellow infraction card covers a variety of different things, so there's no way, unless I go out and ask the jury, there's no way for me to know for sure. But that's what I think happened. But he still got 2 white lights, so that'll be a good lift for Chris. And this is John, who just very speedily pulled 52.5 kilos. And 3 white lights. So he had a great deadlift session. He went 3 for 3 on his deadlifts, as did John. Oh, wait, that was John. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little tired. This is Joseph coming out, 52.5 kilos on the bar. Looking off to the side for a little bit of guidance from his coach. Getting all nice and set up. Stands up, puts it down. Let's see. 3 white lights for Joseph. So as I was starting to say a few minutes ago, these are the final deadlifts of the day, but not the final deadlifts of the meet. There is 1 session tomorrow with 3 flights worth of lifters. So we've got a lot more lifting to go before this weekend is done and over with. Lifting tomorrow morning will start at 9 a.m. The stream will be posted on the same channel here, USAPL Virginia. Or if you're in the area and you want to stop by, we'll be at Iron Built Gym in Ashland, Virginia. As Sean just successfully completed his 3rd and final pull at 125. He will go 3 for 3 on his deadlifts. And, ooh, okay. So Matthew is getting ready to come out for an attempt at 137.5. This is a 20-kilo jump from his 2nd attempt. It is a bigger jump from 2nd to 3rd than he took from 1st to 2nd. Puts it down. He gets 3 white lights, and I'm pretty sure that's a deadlift PR for Matthew. And he's just super nonchalant about it. He's like, yeah, I PR'd my deadlift, so what? Colin is also on the same attempt selection strategy as Matthew, taking that 20-kilo jump up to 137.5. Two to 1, that'll be a good lift for Colin. And let's see, his last USA powerlifting meet was in 2024. And this is a PR compared to that deadlift. So not a bad day. All right. Josh Green looking to finish out his day, 205 kilos. This is a PR attempt deadlift. Gets it off the floor, gets it to his knees. Can he lock it out? It's still moving. He gets it to the top, he gets it down command. Let's see. 3 white lights for Josh. All right, that's a pretty sizable deadlift PR for him. And let's see. Also a decent total PR for him. He will finish with a 492.5 today. As we are going up now to 242.5 for Ben, 535 pounds. This is, it looks like he already PR'd his deadlift. Gets it moving, gets it down. It was a little slow, but that's fine. 2 to 1, that'll be a good lift for Ben. So let's see. He will finish with a 6:27.5. That is also a pretty sizable PR for him. And okay, this is our final deadlift of the day. This is our final deadlift of flight D. Shreyas, 546 pounds. He already PR'd his deadlift on his second attempt. I feel like I've been saying that a lot today. I sound like a broken record. Let's see what he can do today. Already a pretty, again, I feel like I keep saying the same things, guys, but these lifters are just having such great days that I have to say the same thing. Very smooth pull from Shreyas. Three wide lights. So he went 8 for 9 today. That is, let me see. Yeah, that's like a 50 kilo total PR for him. No big deal. And that concludes our lifting for today, you guys. As I mentioned, the meet still has one more session. We've got 3 flights worth of lifters tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. Or, again, as I mentioned, if you're in the area, you can come stop by at Iron Built Gym in Ashburn, Virginia. We've got 35 lifters competing tomorrow. If you stick with the stream here, you will see some of the awards. I'm going to hop off the stream here and go help out with closing out for the day. But I've had a great time talking to you guys today. And we hope to see you back tomorrow for our 3rd and final session of the 2025 USA Powerlifting Virginia Winter Wrecker.